All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to begin today's policy session of the Phoenix City Council. There are many people here to participate in today's agenda. Before we begin today's agenda on the policy session, I will turn to council members and ask if they have any information or follow-up requests. Obviously, with the one caveat that we have a lot of people here to provide testimony to this council on the agendized items. Does any council member wish to provide any information and/or follow requests? Councilman DeCiccio, please feel free to jump in.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone being here. I can see all the pink shirts and the dark shirts from Uber. Thanks for being here. I'm a user. I use you guys. But thanks for being here, and I think today's going to be a fantastic day for you, that the City of Phoenix is finally going to be opening up the airport to you. I just right off the bat, just so you know, I'm not going to be very happy about the fees. I think that it's already hard on those of you that are drivers, but I'm glad we're going to be opening this up to the airport. A couple things, if I could. There was a major fire in the City of Phoenix the other night at the Lakes Clubhouse, and it's an abandoned piece of property. Just to give you kind of a history of what's occurring in the district, you have a developer that's come in and literally allowed this golf course to go and deteriorate and create an environmental hazard out there. And they do that. This is what some of these developers do. What they do is they literally go out there and destroy communities by literally creating a situation where it's an environmental hazard. This environmental hazard, after they've been repeatedly warned that a certain property was a problem there, burned down the other night. We had 38 firefighters risk their lives because one company, one developer, refused to spend at least $200. Could have spent $200 putting up a camera that would have protected their property. They didn't do that. As a matter of fact, the day that an inspection was supposed to occur, the same day the City of Phoenix's inspection was supposed to occur, the building burned down. I have asked the city staff to look into, because of the level of negligence that I believe that occurred on this property, because we've been on them constantly, it seems like. There are 8 open violations right now, but I've asked the city manager to look into the cost of what it's going to take, or how much it costs the City of Phoenix taxpayer to have those 38 firefighters out there. So we're going to be looking to see what that cost is and see if we can charge them, at least send them a bill. It's not fair for everyone in this audience here, every one of you, to be paying for this for another person's negligence like that when they could have fixed this problem. So I'm going to be putting in another request, a formal request here, Ed, and you and I talked briefly about it. But I want the City of Phoenix to do an in-depth study on all these trees that are out there, every single tree, determine if any of those trees are a fire hazard to the city. If they are, we've had staff already out there, and I want to also commend staff for doing an incredible job. They're constantly out there. It's not fair to city staff as well to have to be out there all the time. But I want city staff to look at any other potential fire hazard that's on that property. If you look at these, this is a golf course. It's lined with trees all the way around it, right? One of these trees catches fire, what's going to happen to the homes that are next to it? It could create a fire hazard for everything else that's out there. So I'd like to have staff do a pretty comprehensive analysis, which I believe that they've pretty much done a big part of that already, but I'd like to have it basically a tree-by-tree, situation-by-situation analysis and identify that and give it to the developer, and then see what we have to do to help them clean up their property or clean up the potential fire hazard. So at least we put them on notice. The second thing is I'd like to see the staff to kind of move up this abatement on the weeds that are out there. I know they were out there last week, but they allowed the weeds to continue on, even though we had an agreement with them that they were going to continue to clean it. That didn't happen. They had to be forced to go out there and do that. So what I want to do is really find a way to stop this bad behavior by these large developers that come in there and literally trash a neighborhood and just in a community. On a more positive note, we're going to find out probably by the end of, maybe the beginning to the end of summer, my office is going to be approved by Arizona State University to have interns. And we've already got a couple interns in the office right now. PJ and Rosalind are interns in my office, but now they're going to be able to get credit. So we've been working with Arizona State University. Craig Doyle in my office, our chief of staff, has been working with Arizona State University so that we're going to be able to accept interns from ASU to come in there, and they'll get class credit. So if anybody has anybody that would like to get some sort of class credit, I believe it's through at least one of the colleges we're going to be certified through Dr. Critchlow's program. I know there were some issues on the Wright House that came up, another home run for the city of Phoenix. The Wright House is an iconic property here in the city, and it's been very controversial. We had the owners of the property wanted to make it a museum where 150,000 people a year were coming in, created a lot of consternation with the neighborhood. Thanks to Arizona State University, it looks like they're going to be working with the Wright House. They're going to be asking for a continuance in order to analyze the financial impact on Arizona State University if they end up taking the property and making it a place where professors would come from all around the world to be able to stay there. It could turn out, it's going to literally change from an event venue to an educational venue, which I think is a really good move. Of course, everything's going to be in the details on that. Fourth point, I get the pleasure of being the judge at the American Legion Oratorical Contest this Saturday on the 5th. And for those of you that would like to come to that, it's going to be 9 a.m. And we'll give you the location. Just call my office at 602-262-7491. But I've had the pleasure of doing this for the American Legion for about 4 years now, and it's amazing. These students are high school students. They come from all over the state of Arizona, and they're judged on their knowledge of the Constitution. And they literally go through an oratorical contest, and whoever gives the best presentation is the one who wins. And then they go to a national event after that. So every state gets to send somebody. And it's exciting for these students, and I'm just amazed at how smart these young kids are. It's great to see this, especially for our youth. And then finally, there's also, to talk about a busy Saturday, there's also going to be a Madison Bash Community Bike and Safety event, and it's going to be at the middle school, which is on the east corner of 16th Street in Missouri. They'll be providing free helmets to kids that need it, and so just contact my office again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any response by city management?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio has asked for 3 separate items, and per our practice, we will get a report back on each of those 3 that he requested. As it relates to the in-depth analysis, we do have a limitation on more than 8 hours of staff time without council approval, but we will do work to assess the golf course within our authority.
Thank you. Other members of the council? Questions or follow-up requests? Councilman Gallego?
Wanted to recognize we've begun Women's History Month, and it's an exciting opportunity for those of us in Arizona where we've had a lot of milestones, including the first state with all 5 constitutional officers to be women. So hopefully we'll continue to celebrate milestones, including the 1-year anniversary of our equal pay ordinance at the city of Phoenix. I'm also looking forward to, in this week, a lot of great things coming up, including the topping off ceremony for the Biosciences Partnership Building, a significant building in our biomedical campus in partnership with the University of Arizona. And it's been exciting to see the industry flourish and add hundreds of high-quality jobs and vitality to our central city. This weekend, I also had the opportunity to join our neighborhood services team at 24th Street and Broadway, where we are partnering to do infill single-family houses on more than 100 lots. One of my priorities when elected was to start filling up and activating vacant city lots, and I'm excited that that project is moving forward in partnership with great partners. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gallego. Any other comments or announcements by my colleagues? Councilman Gates.
Thank you, Mayor. Several things coming up in District 3 in the near future. We have the Desert Horizon Coffee with a Cop, which will include a use of force presentation, which is very interesting and very timely, definitely. That will be Wednesday, March 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the FOP Lodge, which is located at 12851 North 19th Avenue. We'll also be doing the North 32nd Cruising with Councilman Bill Gates bike event. So that will be on Saturday, March 12th from 8:30 to 11 a.m. Really an opportunity to get out there and celebrate all the successes along the North 32nd corridor. And that is located at the Bashes Center in the northeast corner of the intersection of 32nd Street and Shea. Also, although he's not here right now, I'm looking forward to again doing the nonpartisan lager event with Mayor Stanton at North Mountain Brewery. Always a fun time, and that will be on Monday, March 21st from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. They are located at 522 East Dunlap Avenue, and if you haven't been there yet, great place, great stuff to drink, and great food to eat, so highly recommend it. And finally, I'll be doing my special legislative update coffee chat on Tuesday, March 22nd. We're going to go from 7:30 to 9 in the morning. That will be at the Sunny Slope Senior Center, which is 802 East Vogel, and we'll have many of our representatives in the state legislature whose districts overlap with my council districts. So that's Legislative District 20, 15, and 28. So hope you can all make it out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Gates. Councilwoman Pastor.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. This weekend we have the Melrose 7th Avenue Street Fair, and hoping to see everybody out. I really enjoy every time I go to the street fairs or attend any of the home tours, I seem to be buying a lot of jewelry. So I encourage everybody to go out and support your local vendors. Next weekend is March 11th through the 13th is our annual McDowell Mountain Music Festival, 100% of the nonprofit music event. Please come support us, especially on Margaret Hans Park. It'll be a good day for everybody to listen to good music. And on Tuesday, March 22nd, I will be co-hosting with Councilwoman Gallego the Youth Engagement Summit at Phoenix College. It's a half-day event that will involve 300 students throughout the Phoenix Union District and will feature a resource fair, breakout sessions on topics of civic engagement, post-secondary education, and job readiness. So looking forward to being with the youth and hearing their opinions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pastor. Councilwoman Williams.
I just have a couple quick things. I want to thank Councilman Gates. My breakfast was last Friday morning, and we had scheduled Maricopa County attorney to come, and that bill canceled on us at the last minute, so I reached over and got another bill, and he was able to do a wonderful job on talking about the innovations and the cost savings in the city of Phoenix, and people were very impressed with him. I want to remind everybody of the Light Rail Northwest Extension is March 19th. I believe it's at 10 o'clock, 19th Avenue and Dunlap. We will have the grand opening of that extension, thanks to Councilman Valenzuela. And we were able to attend the Brighter Tomorrow luncheon for Jewish Family Services. I know Councilwoman Pastor was there, and it was a great time, very educational, and for absolutely worthy cause. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other members of the council? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the kind words, Councilwoman Williams. The Northwest Light Rail Extension ribbon cutting on March 19th on Dunlap and 19th Avenue, and Councilwoman Williams has led the charge when it comes to transportation infrastructure in this city and throughout the valley, for that matter, as far as I'm concerned. So it's a big win for everyone especially the 5,000 people that we are connecting to light rail in this 3.2-mile stretch from Bethany Home Road to Dunlap, which people will be connected to 7 schools, a couple of hospitals, a couple of grocery stores, and we're just very, very excited for that. Last week we had a great week for innovators and entrepreneurs. Phoenix Startup Week, which is a major success. It was the 2nd annual Phoenix Startup Week. The inaugural event a year ago brought out 2,300 participants. Last week, we had 4,500 participants come out, and we had events, more than 100 free events for entrepreneurs and innovators right here in downtown Phoenix, as well as Chandler, Scottsdale, and Tempe. I want to thank Jonathan Cottrell, who helped spearhead that. There's so many people involved, hundreds of volunteers. The City of Phoenix, our Economic Development Director, Chris Mackey, and her team were involved. And I just want to say Jonathan Cottrell is just, we're so fortunate to have him here in the Valley. Keep a lookout for the next Yes PHX segment on Phoenix 11, as well as social media. Last week, I joined our superintendent, Chad Gueston, Phoenix Union High School Superintendent Chad Gueston, who happens to be here in the audience, and one of the board members, Ian Danley, for another segment, and we highlighted Phoenix Union High School's Coding Academy. It's an opportunity for us and for the school district, and what they're doing is helping to create the type of talent and workforce that is absolutely needed to compete in the global economy. It is about computer science, it is about coding, and it's about educating our students as early as possible. And Dr. Gueston and the Phoenix Union High School Board is doing it, frankly, just second to none. It's another opportunity for me to thank my good friend and Phoenix Union High School Board member, Laura Pastor, who also happens to be on that school board. I believe 27,000 students. It not only is providing the type of skills that are needed to compete, but it's really diversifying the workforce as well. It is the most diverse school district in the state and one of the most diverse school districts in the country. So thank you so much, Dr. Gueston and Councilwoman Pastor, and for all to all of the school board members there. Lastly, the Phoenix City Council District 5 team have partnered with Valley of the Sun United Way to strategize and implement community-based strategies to help end hunger in Maryville. Again, I want to thank Councilwoman Pastor and her team for being a part of that. We've had a couple of meetings now. Again, this is the Valley of the Sun United Way, picking a few different communities throughout the valley, and Maryville is one of them. And we're excited to continue to move that dialogue forward. And it's not just Phoenix City Council offices. There's so many nonprofits that are part of this discussion. Of course, the school district. In fact, the last meeting that we had last week was at the Cartwright School District office. So we're excited to continue with that momentum there as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Any additional comments by members of this City Council? All right, we'll move right into our
Mayor,
Councilman Nowakowski, please jump in.
Mayor, talking about high school students, we're accepting applications for the Outstanding Young Man and Young Woman of the Year for each of our council districts. We get to choose a young man and a young woman. So if you happen to have anyone out there that qualifies as the young man or young woman of the year, you can call all of our different offices and put in those applications. The deadline this coming Friday, March 11th, 2016. The other thing, too, is just want to remind people to mark their calendars for March 19th from 7 in the morning till 11 o'clock in the afternoon that we're having the grand reopening of the Cesar Chavez Park. We're going to open up to all the new amenities from soccer fields to dog park, an amphitheater. We're going to have a big cleanup that starts at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we'd like to invite everybody to come on out and be a part of that. Also, on March, I believe it's March 12th, we're having the St. Patrick's Day Parade. We're inviting everyone to come out to the St. Patrick's Day Parade. It starts right there where St. Mary's is, all the way down to Margaret Hans Park. Come on down, enjoy, and wear green. The other thing is during that same weekend at Margaret Hans Park, we're going to be having the McDowell Music Festival. It starts on Friday, March 11th, ends on Sunday, March 13th. Come out, enjoy great music, and it's open to the whole family. That's it, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Now we'll move on to our regular agenda. Vice Mayor, is there a consent agenda for today?
There will not be a consent agenda today.
How about a call for executive session?
Mayor, in accordance with a properly posted notice and agenda, I move that the City Council pursuant to Arizona Revised Statutes Section 38-431.02.a meet in executive session on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2016 at 1 p.m. in the East Conference Room, 12th floor, Phoenix City Hall, 200 West Washington Street, Phoenix, Arizona.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any comments by this council? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Mr. Manager, is there any report or budget updates?
No, Mayor, we'll be here in 3 weeks with our trial budget, so no report today.
All right. Next on our agenda is item number 2. We have a couple of items on a state legislative update, bills that have come up that our professional staff needs a recommendation from this council about whether we should get involved in them at all. 2 of them are education bills. Both involve equity funding, desegregation funding, HB 2401 and SB 1125. And then there's another bill that involves, concerns business improvement districts in the city of Phoenix. Obviously would specifically involve the Roosevelt Improvement District, an economic development related item. I don't know if we maybe, no presentation. Okay, do we have a motion then on our staff recommendation as it relates to HB 2401 or SB 1125, the school equity funding bills?
Motion to oppose HB 2401 and SB 1125.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have
I'll
a second.
Second.
A second on that item. Do we have cards on that item? All right. We're lucky to have the superintendent of Phoenix Union High School District who is here, Superintendent Gueston. We know you're a strong advocate in opposition to these bills because of what it would do to your district, programs like the robotics program at Carl Hayden and the IB program and even the robotics program discussed earlier. And I know that you could name many other programs that might be affected, but it also affects many other school districts covering the higher poverty parts of the city. Do we have any comments on the motion?
I do.
Councilwoman,
I do have
please.
a comment on HB 2401. As you stated, really this would be a devastating loss to the largest urban school district. It's $55 million. This $55 million supports the new coding academy and keeping it and being innovative as a public school. It could possibly shut down Central High School, North High School, Camelback High School, and most importantly, South Mountain High School. So it's very important that in a Betty Fairfax, it just depends on what school could be analyzed and looked at to shut down. And this is the large urban school district within our area. So those of you that are passionate about public school, that are passionate about innovation and change that is happening, I highly recommend that you call those legislatures that are thinking about taking away DSEG funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of this council? Superintendent, we thank you for taking time to be here. I know you're incredibly busy. I don't know if you have anything to add. If this is successful, then we will add our legislative team to the effort to oppose those bills that would take so much funding away from your school district. Please come forward. Yeah, Superintendent.
Mayor Stanton and City Council members, I'll just say a couple brief items. As Ms. Pastor just said, the Phoenix Union High School District really, and our partner districts, this is not just a Phoenix Union issue. In Phoenix alone, so if you talk about the members of which you represent, the impact would be a $92 million loss to educational funding just in the city of Phoenix. $210 million across the state, but $92 million to our schools would have a drastic impact on the Phoenix Union High School District. As Ms. Pastor said, we are a portfolio district where we have small specialized schools, magnet schools, comprehensive campuses, and to cut $55 million would force us to close schools and cut programs that are really successful and support the economic growth of the city.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our superintendent? Thank you for being here. Thanks for being our partner. Councilwoman Williams, please.
I have a quick question. Do you have to report to the state how successful your programs are, what they are, what your goals are, and how are you measured?
Yeah, so first of all, in general, all schools, of course, are held accountable for a few very significant measures like graduation rate, dropout rate, test scores. That's how we receive our state labels and accountability labels. From a financial perspective, we have to submit our annual financial report every single year, which also includes audits of major programs like federal funds, title dollars, as well as desegregation funds and local grants. So we have to submit annual reports for all funds that we have.
I understand that, but aren't these special designation that you have to meet certain criteria?
For these particular funds?
Yes.
Yeah, so the particular funds that we have to be spent in the way in which the court ordered us to spend them. Phoenix Union, just as an example, again, there are 19 districts across the state. Phoenix Union was ordered by the courts to do certain things. If you've been around in the city of Phoenix for many years, you know that back in the 80s, Phoenix Union had closed East High School, West High School, North High School. And we were forced to reopen North High School, build Chavez High School as an example, build Betty Fairfax, start magnet programs. So we have to spend that money according to what the DSEG order said. We didn't dictate that. That was in partnership with the courts. You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, so we thank you for taking the time to be here. We have a motion to oppose HB 2401 and SB 1125. We have a second. Roll call.
Councilman DeCiccio? No. Councilman Gallego?
Yes.
Councilman Gates? No. Councilman Nowakowski?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pastor?
Yes.
Councilman Waring? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Valenzuela? Yes. Mayor Stanton?
Yeah, so the item passes on a 6-3 vote. And we have to get right to work, because I know that unfortunately those bills are moving. Next bill that we wanted to consider is HB 2440. This has to do with municipal improvement districts formation election, sponsored by Representative Warren Peterson of Gilbert. Among other things, it would certainly affect the business improvement district that was proposed for Roosevelt, that was passed and approved by this city council just a few weeks ago. I don't think we have a formal presentation on that item, but do we have a motion as to what the position of this city council should be as it relates to HB 2440?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to oppose HB 2440.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, I understand Kimber Landing is here representing Local First Arizona and a business owner in Roosevelt. Please come forward. My understanding is Greg Esser, who is one of the leaders in the Roosevelt Row area, would like to provide testimony as well. Please come forward and provide up 2 minutes of testimony. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you. Councilman Waring, Councilman DeCiccio, in particular, I would like to thank you for your work. We generally see eye to eye, and I think we stand in solidarity together in defense of small business, and I have seen you many, many times go to the defense of small business. And I'm not used to standing here with a difference of opinion in this particular case. But I do want to point out that this particular bill, in my estimation, actually pulls the power from the hands of the small businesses and the neighborhoods and puts it squarely into the hand of the state. And I don't believe that municipal districts or business improvement districts are an issue of the state. I believe they need to be an issue of the neighborhoods and the people who are there. In this particular case, this neighborhood worked for over 2 years, sent out dozens and dozens of notices, held over 30 community meetings, and passed with 72% of the support of the neighborhoods. And I'd like to thank those council members who supported it. And I further would like to just point out that I have been on the phone over the last few days with downtown Flagstaff and downtown Tucson and downtown Prescott. And they were completely unaware of this bill just a few days ago. And as somebody representing the Arizona Rural Development Council, I would like to remind you that the rest of the state calls us the great state of Maricopa. And I would like you to consider the fact that we are making decisions that will impact downtowns across the state right now. My final point is that this piece of legislation is so poorly written that the bids that exist right now across the state are unclear whether or not, when their time comes to renew, which is generally every 5 years, which process they will have to follow. And some of them are very concerned that the amount of time and money it will take to work in the new process will render them useless.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lanning. Any questions? Councilman Waring, please.
No, I agree. Thank you. It's not a question for you, but I appreciate the comments. Usually we are on the same side. The Flagstaff comment hit me, though, because I went to the Capitol about this bill. We had been told by our lobbying team that the bill wasn't going to be heard, which turned out to be false. It was heard. The reason we were given that the bill wasn't going to be heard, which turned out to be false, was that the Flagstaff mayor had contacted the chairman of the committee and had been told that he was going to hold the bill. But she's saying Flagstaff only found out about this the last couple days. That hearing had to be at least a couple days ago. Weeks ago.
Excuse me, sir, I didn't mean to interrupt. I did not say the Flagstaff mayor just found out about it a few days ago, but.
But I mean, people in Flagstaff, the mayor in Flagstaff knew all about it, we were told.
But the people that run the bid were not aware of it, and so there's some kind of breakdown in communication there. I'm simply saying, we may need to revisit the way bids are constructed. I don't disagree with either of you, but I do think that we have not allowed for statewide input whatsoever, especially from the small business community, and that's my point. Can we slow this down and reevaluate it and take it one step at a time?
I guess, again,
Councilman,
Mayor,
please.
as someone who actually served in the state Senate, I mean, if you come down just as you are now and want to speak at the meetings just as you are now, they usually, at least in my committees, they took all comers. When I was there, maybe it's changed.
No, sir, I was there last week when you weren't.
What's that?
At the Senate committee meeting.
I was at the House committee meeting like 2 weeks ago.
I know, I'm not suggesting that you weren't. I'm just saying I was there, sir.
Yeah,
You just,
so
it was on a
people
day
did have
you
a chance
weren't.
to weigh in, right?
Oh, I absolutely have.
Lanning, please.
Absolutely.
Okay. So people did get a chance. I mean, it's making it sound like people aren't getting a chance to weigh in. And to the extent that they knew that there were hearings going on at the state legislature, they did have a chance to weigh in. Everybody can sign in a card and do exactly what you're doing right now. So.
And I appreciate that, but I think you know as well as I do that I do not hold as much power as some of the lobbyists in the state legislature, and I do not have as much power as some of the landowners that own 2 square blocks of land. I have a very small 2,000 square foot building, and what we used to have was one size, one vote, and yours, the way we're moving is the bigger guys have a bigger vote, and that, I think, that flies in the face of what you normally stand for, sir.
But you mentioned lobbyists. I mean, there are lobbyists on both sides of this, correct? I mean, the lobbyist on your side has got one of the biggest firms in the state. So
well,
it seems like that, again, kind of neutralizes that argument, but.
Well,
Councilwoman Gallego, please.
So I did have a chance to speak with some of the professional staff of the Tourism and Lodging Association, and while their government affairs representative was aware of it, the professional staff had not yet placed it on a committee agenda to discuss it. And since tourism is such an important industry statewide, and that the downtowns of many cities rely on tourism, it seemed like there could be more robust debate, and that while many, many people were aware of it, not all of the key stakeholders had yet a chance to weigh in.
absolutely, and there are many conversations occurring. I serve on the board of the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Industry, and that conversation is just now getting started. And so, again, we may circle back and find that council members Waring and DeCiccio are correct, and that this should be a state issue, but I do respectfully request that we get more time to have the statewide conversation.
Thank you very much. Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Kimber. And yeah, we normally are on the same page. This is probably one of the few times, if not the only time, that we've been on opposite ends of a,
Yes, sir.
of a discussion. Thank you for handling it the way you do. not everybody that's vested. I know there's a lot of emotions on it. One of the things I did hear from subcommittee at the legislature when I was there testifying on behalf of the bill was that individuals representing your side of this argument said, hey, we think the bill's good the way it is. We just don't like the retroactivity clause in there. So if you can speak to that, why is it that they think that the bill is good, but they don't want to be applied, they don't want the law applied to them?
Oh, well,
Because I don't understand that.
Two things, and I think you have a valid point there. One thing that I would encourage is that you recognize that there are several people in different camps that are opposed to this. We're not all in the same team huddling. And the same to Mr. Waring, indicating that I don't have a lobbyist. I got me, and I am representing Local First Arizona. The retroactive piece, I do think the question was brought up in the Senate committee floor, which is, why just January 1? If the problem is the way the bids are formed, should we not go back and investigate all the bids? And you said at the time that you thought that was a good idea. And I think that that's a legitimate question, and I think that, again, that points back to we need more time to investigate. Retroactive to January 1 to me indicates special legislation. Again, that flies in the face of what you normally stand for.
So you're good with the bill with the I know because I've heard this unanimously. The bill was good with the exception of the retroactivity clause.
No, what I was explaining to you the answer to your question. I do not think the bill is good because it is too loosey-goosey around the existing bids. Those bids are unclear which process they will have to follow every 5 years when they're up for renewal. Is there time to tighten up the language around that? I don't know that there is, but right now, could you answer the question, the way the bill is written, how does it address existing bids? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's open to interpretation that they would follow what they've always done, or would they follow this new procedure?
Well, the bottom line is they would follow the new procedure right now because it's retroactive to January 1st. I heard, again, from which was surprising to me, the level. I get the anxiety level whenever something impacts people individually. And I want to make sure that the public understands what's occurring here. And was the fact that they liked the bill, they just didn't want to be applied under the bill. I mean, that's what I heard from members on your end of it. Okay, people are like, hey, we kind of like the bill, we really like it, but we don't want this bill, even though they think it's a good bill, to be applicable to them. So that is special interest legislation, from my perspective, and just as a follow-up too, I want to make sure that the public understands what we're talking about, that this is not a small business bill. What it does is it deals with taxing districts. Individuals can collect signatures in a geographic area, and if they get a certain amount of signatures, then they can create a taxing district. Some people like it, some people don't. In this case here, there are a lot of people that don't like being taxed for something that they don't agree with. They just don't agree with it, and I get it, as long as they do. But what's the problem here, and this bill is very simple. It says that if you want to be part of this tax, you have to opt in. Basically, like when you go vote for the president or whatever thing you vote, you opt in to say, hey, I'm going to vote for this, right? If you're not there, you're not going to be counted. The way the city of Phoenix has this done right now, if you do not vote, you're considered a yes vote in favor of the tax. The other thing that came up was, and I know it's no fault of yours, but these letters went out to citizens during holidays, Thanksgiving holidays. Now, I don't know about a lot of people, but I do know that over a 2-week period, when they had time, that's the only time that they had to respond. When they return those things, people don't look, it's not the first thing that they're going to be thinking about, okay? So what the current rules are, it says you have to basically send a letter in, you have to go through this complicated process in order to be part of this taxing district, or to be opposed to the taxing district. If you don't turn anything in, you're considered a yes vote. What the bill does at the state legislature that others have, even from your side, have said is that the opt-in means, yeah, I want to be in it or I don't. If you're not going to be included in that. That's very normal and very democratic and very transparent.
And I do hear what you're saying, but there's just a hair bit of information there that's missing, and that is that those letters were not just sent out over the holidays. Those letters were sent out over a period of 2 years, dozens of letters. By the law, only a few of them need to be sent out, but this particular group sent out over a dozen, 2 of them certified. So what we have here is some absentee owners who weren't paying attention, and I fully understand that your argument that means it's not a fair process. However, they were invited to over 30 community meetings over a 2-year period, and now they're claiming they simply weren't informed. This particular issue went in front of the council several times before it blew up 2 weeks ago. So we believe that it would be too cumbersome for business. The time and money it would take to do it under the new way could be very cumbersome. But again, I'm open to exploring it. We may end up right back where you are. I just feel like there hasn't been enough input, particularly from the small business community.
Councilman Waring, did you have additional questions?
I did. First, I got to prove Kimber's point that we often agree by praising her use of the often underused loosey-goosey. I appreciate
Yeah.
that is a
You got it.
family favorite in the Waring household, and I appreciate
You
it.
got
Here. I have often criticized our policy here of weighing in on legislative bills. I think this is kind of a silly waste of time. I don't think they listen to us at all, or certainly very little. It was kind of implied, and you're just here talking. I understand. There are people who are professionals who worked out at the legislature who are on your side, though, as it is on the other. So this is a very fair matchup down there. This is not big guys picking on small guys. This is an equal fight. So it's Rocky versus Apollo Creed. So I guess I would say we don't have any power to slow this bill down. I guess the lobbyists can ask for that on the city's behalf, if not mine and Sal's. But I think that might, I guess I don't know what's going to be accomplished by that. We were supposed to hear this item tomorrow. Now I believe it's going to be continued, according to what I think the city manager has informed the citizens and myself. But there was a sense of urgency, but I don't know that this bill is necessarily moving a lot faster than all the other bills. There are already bills that have gone through this session that are on the ballot in May. So
I understand that, but I also understand you do have the power to slow it down. I believe that you do. The 2 of you in particular have a lot of weight down there. And so if you made the decision to ask the lobbyists to come to the table, I would volunteer my time to facilitate the neighborhood conversation. So just consider it.
I guess I have superpowers I was unaware of, but I appreciate
Oh,
your
you
overestimation of my
you know you
abilities,
do.
Kimber. I
You know you
appreciate
do.
that. Thank you.
And some of Mr. DeCicio's comments, I think Greg Esser may be able to address better than I. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lanning. Mr. Estridge, you wish to provide testimony on the motion, which is to oppose 2440.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I want to remind you again that this is a grassroots effort that's been many years in the making. The evolution of Roosevelt Rose occurred over a 20-year period. The process that started the specific investigation to create a business improvement district started with a community survey where flyers were handed out door to door to every business and every property owner in the district. One of the strong top recommendations coming out of that survey process was to explore the process of a business improvement district formation, which the city willingly and gladly partnered with us on, and we truly appreciate all the professional support, time, and effort that the city has invested in helping us explore that community-driven desire for this area. I also want to say I appreciate Councilman DeCicio's comments at the beginning of the meeting regarding blight. I'll tell you, HB 2440 is driven by a handful of property owners, some of whom do maintain properties in my community in a blighted condition. And so those are the voices that are being represented in the effort to pass this bill. I appreciate council's support of this on all of the separate times that it's been passed and presented. The analogy I'm trying to think about in terms of the retroactivity clause is like changing the speed limit from 45 to 35 and issuing photo radar tickets for everybody that was driving 45 last week. It's changing the rules after we've followed state law as it's been prescribed, as it's been on the books for more than 20 years. And so the retroactivity clause, again, isolates one distinct and highly successful community redevelopment effort that's self-imposing a tax on themselves with a small minority of property owners. Again, the assessment ratios were 29% opposed, 71% in support, or not in opposition. So I want to remind people that, again, approved by a council 6-3 vote, and now we're asking for that vote to be undone and the community process to be undone.
Thank you very much. If the improvement district, which was voted on by this council a few weeks ago, is successfully comes to fruition, what's your vision of kind of events and activities that you would do with the district?
This would extend, again, a lot of work that's been done on a volunteer basis. You will all remember Feast on the Street, which was one of the most iconic downtown events that brought over 9,000 people together for a free community event, turning First Street into a pedestrian promenade. You're also aware of the First Friday Art Walk, which is one of the most successful self-guided monthly art walks in the entire nation. These are points of pride for our community that have come up from a grassroots level in the heart of this neighborhood. That neighborhood has now, because of that success, grown so dramatically and has so many new residents and businesses coming in that that handful of volunteers can no longer respond to, work with, and capitalize on all that new investment. Again, more than $250 million in new investment has been drawn into this area in part because of this vibrancy.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Esser. Mr. Waring,
Yes,
Councilman Waring?
so I appreciate the time that's been, this isn't a question. I appreciate the time and effort that's been spent on this. Citizens came down, felt very passionately about this. I don't know, it was 2 or 3 weeks ago now. But that presentation was a hash. We actually, I've never seen this before. We actually went back and re-voted on an item because subsequent to the vote, we got correct information from staff where we received misinformation before. So I cannot fault the citizens who were on the other side, I guess the losing side, however you want to look at it, for availing themselves of the privilege of going to a different level of government because that was a mess. I don't think anybody on either side could say that was a bright, shining moment in the history of Phoenix. Anybody who watched that hearing, who's watching at home now, I would defy anybody to say that that went smoothly. So I know a lot of time was invested by the citizens, but frankly, generally speaking, everybody needed to do better. It seemed like there was information that was left out. For anybody who takes umbrage at what I'm saying, go watch the tape and see if I was exaggerating. So now here we are. This isn't something I would have wished for. I don't think anybody up here would have said, oh, this is great. Now there's a bill at the legislature where there wasn't one before. But I just want to say for the folks on the losing side of that, I don't blame them for taking, the only other option I think they had that they felt was available to them, because I think they took away from that first meeting that the deck was a little bit stacked against them, and it wasn't exactly a level playing field, and now they're trying to switch that around. That's not your fault, so that's not directed at you or certainly Kimber, but I'm hoping that the next presentation goes a little smoother, regardless of how this bill turns out.
As do I, and if I can respond to that point briefly,
Stresser,
I think
please.
I'd like to commend Gary Birnbaum because his goal was to introduce a notion of doubt. And what was not at doubt was the technical process, but the timing of the items as they were introduced to council and when they were statutorily required. So raising that shadow of a doubt led to the confusion that resulted from that meeting. It's not that anything wasn't technically or statutorily followed at that time. The ability to raise the doubt was successfully accomplished by Gary Birnbaum. That, by the way, is the same law firm that prepared all of the protest votes that were submitted in opposition to the original establishment of the district. So in terms of powerful and well-funded opposition, that's what the grassroots community is working against today.
Mayor, Councilman, please.
And Greg, I've just got to take exception. I was trying to bite my tongue here. It's making it sound like it's this real powerful group against these small guys. It's just not true. It's just not true. The National Federation of Independent Businesses, which are all small, basically 1- and 2-man and women shops, that's it. They're supportive of the bill. Arizona Chamber is supportive of the bill. Thousands of small business owners that are part of that. You've got the retailers, all the retailers that are supportive of this bill. What it does is the city of Phoenix, the current model of creating these taxing districts is so unfair to everybody that this cleans that up. And what it does is, and you've got to have some date where it's effective from. So the retroactivity clause is what everybody's been concerned about. You got to have some date that you go back to. January 1, December 29. January 1 is a very logical place to start the beginning of the year. So you're making it sound like, oh, we're being picked on by large. It's just not true. Your side is very well funded. Your side has one of the biggest lobbying firms in the entire state of Arizona supporting it. So it is what it is. But when you come out and say those kinds of things, I'm going to have to give you some pushback on that, Greg, okay? I wasn't going to, but because I really want to be trying to be very respectful on this. But at the end of the day, it's basically the small guys getting screwed through the city of Phoenix, the taxpayers are, because to be quite blunt, you're going to create a tax, and a small business owner may not want to be a part of that. And if they're not part of it, they should have a voice in it. And if they don't turn back the ballot, they shouldn't be included as a yes vote on that.
All
And
right,
if I can
Madam
respond?
Administrator, you don't have to answer, but if you'd like to answer or make a response, please.
Yeah, I'd like to say there is a legislative amendment that's been proposed that would actually give a voice to those small business owners in the formation of the Business Improvement District. And that would be an amenable amendment to give voice to those business owners who may not own their properties who are strongly in support of this bill. So I would support that. Thank you.
Or any other questions or comments by members of this council? Did anyone else wish to provide testimony
Mayor.
on Councilman Nowakowski? Did you have a question or comment?
Just a comment. I just really want to thank all the individuals from Roosevelt and Irvin's Churchill neighborhood for all their efforts for the last 2 years in making sure that this process was transparent and that people had a chance to give some input. I mean, they worked very hard to improve their area, and this is what it is. It's an improvement district where residents, where individuals that have restaurants, boutiques, retail, they want to improve that area. They're asking their fellow neighbors to help out, and it's just amazing to see how everyone came together to really improve their district. They loved what was happening in downtown Phoenix with the ambassadors and all the programs and advertisements going on in downtown Phoenix, and now they want to take it north of Van Buren all the way to Margaret Hans Park, and I think it's a great opportunity not just for the business owners and the retail north of Van Buren, but also for all the residents of the city of Phoenix to learn about all the great restaurants, the amenities that we have in this great district of ours. So I think we should support our neighborhood, support those individuals that are asking for an improvement district, and that's why I'm asking our staff to oppose what's going on in the state right now.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Any other comments by members of the council? I'll just briefly state that in the city of Phoenix, we have one existing business improvement district. It's called the Downtown Phoenix Partnership. We set the budget. We have to approve the budget every single year as the city council, as we would if the Roosevelt Business Improvement District is to go through. The Downtown Phoenix Partnership has been in my opinion, a massively successful business improvement district. And often, not always, some downtown businesses come and testify before this council that they don't like the fees that we are setting. It is not unanimous that every single member of the Downtown Phoenix Partnership is supportive of the set fees. But who can doubt that Downtown Phoenix Partnership has been a massive asset to the city of Phoenix? We don't have the Super Bowl in downtown Phoenix, all the activities associated with it, without Downtown Phoenix Partnership. We don't have the college football championship activities in downtown Phoenix without the Downtown Phoenix Partnership. Festival after festival, which creates so many hotel rooms and hotels that are filled in downtown Phoenix without a very successful Downtown Phoenix partnership. The singular bid that we have in the city of Phoenix has been a huge success. I'm a believer that if the bill fails and we're able to continue with the current process with empowering Kimber Lanning and empowering Greg Esser and the leadership team at Roosevelt Row, which has been, if you were to look at any success story in the city of Phoenix, Roosevelt Row is at the very top of the success list. We don't have the boom in downtown Phoenix that we have right now if the leaders that testified up here before didn't invest their time, energy, financial resources, and sweat equity in making Roosevelt Row what it is, with a bid behind them. The festivals, the activities, the concerts in that part of the city are going to sell a lot of hotel rooms. It's going to increase tourism. It's going to sell a lot of hotel rooms in downtown Phoenix. And not just in that immediate area, it's going to be an economic boom for the city. Roosevelt Row knows how to throw one heck of a fun party and gather people from all over the valley and from across the region because of the reputation that they have. And I believe that if we're able to get a second business improvement district led by the leaders that I happen to trust in Roosevelt Row, we're going to someday, 5-10 years down, we're going to look back and say we did the right thing by supporting them. And I believe that we should have a good debate about whether to form a business improvement district, and that debate should occur here at City Hall. This is the decision-making body about whether or not we should have a business improvement district, not folks representing Yuma or Flagstaff or other parts of the state. This is the proper venue to have it, and that's why I oppose this bill. I can't wait for Greg and Kimber to be empowered as a business improvement district, and I can't wait to see our hotel rooms filled to the brim in downtown because of the exciting events and concerts and parties that they throw in the Roosevelt Row area. So I'm fairly passionate about the bill and certainly strongly support it. Good to see Kim Sable here from tourism. I don't know if you've taken a position on the bill or not, but your industry is definitely going to benefit when that bid is formed in the Roosevelt Row area. Thank you for coming, Kim. All right, any other comments by members of this council? The motion was to oppose 2440. Roll call.
Councilman DeCiccio?
No.
Councilman Gallego?
Yes.
Councilman Gates?
No.
Councilman Noakowski?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pastor?
Yes.
Councilman Waring? No. Councilwoman Williams? Vice Mayor Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Stanton?
Yeah, so the motion passes on a 6-3 vote. You have your work cut out for you. Thank you for coming down, Tom and John Wayne. Next item on the agenda is the item I think that most people in the audience are here for. It concerns aviation ground transportation, in particular, ride-sharing companies and their ability to do business at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. My request is that we move forward with this item. I know there's going to be a lot of cards, people wanting to provide testimony, is that we have our team from Phoenix Sky Harbor do their presentation on what they are proposing. Then we will turn to, at the end of the presentation, we'll ask if council members have any questions as it relates to what has been presented, and then turn to members of the audience to see whatever testimony we have, up to 2 minutes per card. My polite suggestion is I see lots of people wearing pink shirts. If you have the same point to make as the previous speaker, you don't have to come up and make the same point. You can say ditto or I support the previous speaker. It does carry the same weight, I promise. I've been around a long time. You don't have to take the full 2 minutes of testimony to repeat testimony that's already been given. You're more than welcome to if you'd like, but you don't have to. We'll take the cards from the members of the audience, the testimony, and then we'll turn it to the council to see if there is a motion. And then we'll see if that motion has support. Does anyone on this council disagree with that order of business, how to proceed? Mr. Paul Blue, our Deputy City Manager overseeing Phoenix Sky Harbor, I'll let you take it from here.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Not quite 40 years ago, the city of Phoenix opened Terminal 3. And you all are very familiar with an ongoing upgrade of Terminal 3 that has been in process for a few years, focused on trying to modernize it, help it deliver services, and support our business partners as they conduct the activities of aviation at the airport. A bit more than 30 years ago was when the current regulatory structure for ground transportation was put into place that we have today. And like Terminal 3, it's time for both matching with the needs of today and trying to reflect the regulatory structure in a manner that fits to the business practices that have evolved in those past 3 decades. And so with me today is Jim Bennett, Director of the airport, and Chad Makowski, Assistant Aviation Director, here to walk through the presentation regarding the upgrading of our ground transportation policies.
Mayor and members of the council, thank you once again for this opportunity this afternoon. What I would like to do is review the history of the process and discussion that has taken place over the past several months with respect to a revised commercial ground transportation policy. Aviation staff first briefed the Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board at a meeting on September the 17th on the status of discussions taking place on a revised ground transportation policy. And several items were discussed in that meeting, including background investigations, current fee allocations, and the history of the current policy, which, as Mr. Blue indicated, dates back to the mid-1980s. Following the Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board update, staff had the opportunity to brief the Downtown Aviation Redevelopment Subcommittee of the Phoenix City Council on October the 20th concerning discussions that were taking place with the transportation network companies with respect to their interest in being permitted to serve customers at the airport. At that meeting, the subcommittee received statements from individuals and firms concerning our current commercial ground transportation policy and some of its inadequacies for today's environment, as well as noting some of its inequalities. The subcommittee noted the importance of looking at ground transportation policy as a comprehensive issue that attempts to resolve the inequalities of the current policy that were outlined by the commercial ground transportation businesses at that meeting. Staff presented a draft restructured commercial ground transportation policy to the Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board at their meeting of December the 17th. At that meeting, several individuals testified about the proposed policy, noting several concerns. The advisory board then instructed staff to do additional outreach sessions with stakeholders and return with the final recommended policy at their meeting of February the 18th. Staff conducted a series of additional stakeholder meetings following the December board, and the policy we presented at their meeting of February the 18th reflected over a dozen changes to what had been presented in December. These changes were the result of additional input received at the stakeholder group sessions. Before Mr. Makovsky presents the details of the proposal, I would like to briefly explain some fundamentals of what is being proposed today and why we are recommending it. I think this may be useful as you contemplate the proposed policy. First, the what. What we are proposing today is not a new fee on commercial ground transportation. What we are proposing is a transition to a demand-based fee reallocation system. The proposal treats each of the for-profit commercial businesses utilizing Sky Harbor Airport ground transportation facilities and services equally. Although Sky Harbor has a mandate to be financially self-sustaining and charge fair market value for the use of the airport, this proposal does not generate a large amount of additional revenue. The proposed fee allocation system is a reasonably related to the airport's cost of providing facilities and services to the commercial for-profit businesses. The demand-based fee reallocation model eliminates the inequalities that currently exist with the old system and allows Sky Harbor to accommodate new entrants and services as part of a rapidly changing ground transportation environment. That's the why. Providing for an orderly and efficient commercial ground transportation system at the airport is a necessary and appropriate function for the City of Phoenix as owner and operator of the airport. We manage commercial ground transportation services and businesses at Sky Harbor to ensure that our customers and visitors to Phoenix and Arizona have a positive experience when they use the airport. We also have a responsibility to the future to make sure that we properly manage a very limited resource called Sky Harbor Boulevard as demand for access to our facilities and market increases. And, as previously noted, the ground transportation environment is changing with new services and providers, and we need to overhaul our policy to embrace and incorporate those new services in the future that our customers may desire. Now, as I yield to Mr. Makovsky to review more details of the proposal, I want to note that similar fee allocation models are in place at 19 of the top 20 airports in the United States, and many of the for-profit businesses in our market today are participants in several of those other airports and pay similar base demand fees. And as a 35-year-plus veteran of managing airports, large and small, both foreign and domestic, I was surprised to discover that Phoenix does not charge some form of demand-based fee to the for-profit commercial businesses using the airport's commercial ground transportation infrastructure and services. What we are recommending today is considered best practice in the airport industry. I want to thank our aviation staff that have been working on this proposal for the past several months, but importantly, I also want to recognize and thank the many stakeholders that have offered their constructive input into the formulation of this proposed policy. I would now like to ask Mr. Makovsky to review the details with you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mayor, members of council, I thought I'd start today by providing a brief overview of current conditions or highlights at Sky Harbor and the ground transportation community. We currently hold contracts with or permit over 650 companies at the airport, 4,000 individual drivers, 3,500 vehicles, and last year this industry provided approximately 2.6 million commercial trips on airport property. We currently manage contracts for 2 service providers at the airport, the taxi cab operators and Super Shuttle, which is a shared ride van service operator. These operators hold contracts because we set specific conditions for their operation to include availability, vehicle condition, service requirements, and the like. In return, these operators are permitted to pick up on-demand customers at close-in curb locations. We also issue permits to other operators who wish to operate at the airport, including prearranged or reservation ride services. Examples include town cars, limousines, and sedan services, courtesy services, which include hotel, motel operators, off-airport parking operators, intercity operators, as well as charter bus operators. So why does an airport manage commercial ground transportation operators? Well, first and foremost, we do it to maintain a high level of safety and security for the traveling public and to protect our critical infrastructure. As a premier gateway to Phoenix and the state of Arizona, Sky Harbor is also the first impression many visitors have of our community. So we strongly believe we need to take measures to ensure we provide travelers with a high quality and consistent customer experience. We also have a responsibility to protect Sky Harbor as a valuable and limited resource. In order to be fair to all providers, we must actively manage the demand these businesses place on our facilities to ensure we can continue to provide efficient and orderly access to limited curb space. Wear and tear on roadways, access to terminal curbs, safety, security, use of hold lots, and other related infrastructure are all issues the airport must actively manage. The more demand these commercial businesses place on the airport, the more it costs the airport to accommodate and actively manage them. While our current ground transportation policies have generally served us well over the years, we recognize the industry has evolved, and we must also evolve. We must create a framework of rules that are flexible and can adapt to the industry. For example, the state of Arizona recently passed legislation that formally acknowledges transportation network companies, or TNCs, as ground transportation operators. While our current regulatory framework at Sky Harbor does not prohibit TNCs, our customers have been asking for us to help make the service providers more readily available to customers. Our proposed framework is flexible, and it will make that possible. As the industry has evolved and the airport has grown, current rules have also created an unfair and unsupportable fee structure within this industry, where some commercial operators are paying fees that ultimately subsidize the operation of their competitors. In fact, we surveyed the top 20 airports, and Sky Harbor is the only airport that has yet to modernize our ground transportation policy. We believe our current fee allocation environment currently gives some commercial businesses an unfair competitive advantage over others, and our proposed policy creates a framework to address that. And finally, the airport itself is currently subsidizing these current commercial operators from revenues derived from other sources, and as a result is operating this line of business at a loss. I'd like to take a moment to explain this in a little bit more detail. So as you can see, Sky Harbor is a major commercial enterprise, the state's largest economic engine. Sky Harbor is a huge campus of nearly 3,000 acres, with several miles of roadways and over 27 million vehicles using these roadways every single year. It is not widely known that Sky Harbor Boulevard is owned by the airport and is maintained using revenues derived exclusively at the airport. In fact, all roadways, curbs, terminals, utilities, and services are exclusively paid for using the revenues and user fees paid to the airport by the traveling public and commercial operators that benefit from access to the airport. It takes approximately $35 million per year to operate and maintain all of these ground transportation-related facilities. Going into the $35 million in a little more detail on this slide, while our audited line item costing is much more comprehensive, we wanted to provide you with a representation of some of the major cost drivers related to maintaining and operating the roadways, terminal curbs, and various facilities at the airport, as noted here. A subset of that $35 million, in excess of $10 million, went to support commercial ground transportation. How do we know this? Well, we know how many vehicles are using our roadway each year, and we know what subset of that total is related to commercial ground transportation. Based on that, we are specifically able to allocate costs, as you see here, that go to supporting this commercial industry. The problem is we're only recovering $6.3 million in revenue from commercial ground transportation operators. The vast majority of that came from just 4 of the total 650 companies at the airport. I think it's important to be clear on this point. We're not asking commercial ground transportation providers to pay for facilities and services that the general public uses to pick up and drop off friends and family members. We are paying for that. Nor are we asking the general public to pay a toll fee for the use of the roadway. We firmly maintain there's a difference between charging for private, non-commercial pickups and charging commercial businesses who make their profit off of using airport facilities and accessing airport customers. To add a little bit more color to current conditions in the unbalanced fee structure, I want to show you the difference between the demand each operator places on the airport and the revenue that the airport collects from that respective operator. As I go through this, on the left you'll see a pie chart start to form that depicts 1 year of commercial trips conducted by commercial ground transportation companies at Sky Harbor. That is the demand that they place on the airport. On the right, you'll see a corresponding pie chart that forms the accounts from the revenues in which the airport received from that particular line of business. So let's start with taxis. Taxis represent about 34% of the demand managed by the airport. However, we collect 68% of our total revenue from that segment. Super Shuttle represents 8% of the trip demand, but pays 18% of the fees collected by the airport. The prearranged category, consisting of sedans, limos, and the like, represents 30% of the demand, but only accounts for 11% of the revenues paid to the airport. The intercity category represents 4% of the demand, but pays 2% of the revenues. And hotel-motel operators represent 13% of the demand and pay 1% of the revenues. And finally, off-airport parking operators represent 11% of our demand, but only account for 0.5% of the revenues. Ideally, these two charts should look similar. As you can see, the charts are not in sync with one another, but they should be. The more a business accesses the airport and strains airport facilities, we believe the more it should pay for the services and benefits it receives. It is also important to note that the chart on the right doesn't include the $3.7 million that the airport currently uses to subsidize the industry. Nowhere else at the airport do for-profit companies operate without paying their fair share. The fact is, under the current framework, the airport has been in the position of needing to take revenues we receive from other lines of business to support commercial ground transportation. The money the airport is spending to subsidize these businesses must instead be reinvested in our facilities to keep our airport safe and modern and to better serve the growing needs of our customers and our community. We provided a ground transportation update to the Downtown Aviation and Redevelopment Subcommittee last October, and since that time, we've participated in over 20 public meetings with various segments of the industry. 172 unique stakeholders participated in the meetings, many of them attending more than one meeting to share their comments and insights. A number of Phoenix Aviation Advisory Board members also personally dedicated their time to participate in a number of these sessions. We also created a dedicated section of the website, skyharbor.com, to post factual information about this process, collect feedback, and to answer questions. Staff spent hundreds of hours conducting research, following up on requests for information, coordinating and participating in these meetings. We carefully listened to stakeholder concerns, and thanks to their feedback, today we're recommending dozens of changes to the current policy that specifically address a number of the concerns we heard. So I'd like to cover staff's recommendations that, with your approval, would form the framework for this new modern program. The first is our Automated Vehicle Identification System, or AVI system, as we commonly call it. Some operators have expressed concern with the airport's proposed methodology for calculating the trips at the airport. We heard them, and the airport is proposing to install additional readers to ensure that operators will only be charged when they go to these curbs to pick passengers up. To add further transparency, all providers will be given real-time access to their trip data, so they may monitor their activity, and dispute resolution process will be incorporated into the monthly billing cycle. On to TripLogic, some operators use the airport in unique ways and asked if we could make adjustments to our system to accommodate their needs. We heard them, and our system is flexible enough to accommodate these types of requests. As for the pickup locations, some operators prefer to park in our parking garages instead of picking up passengers on the curbs. They want to provide these customers with extra customer service, and they asked if we would entertain providing a frequent parker discount to them. We're recommending a 25% parking discount to interested operators as a part of our frequent parker discount program to support our commitment to customer service, and it also helps to alleviate congestion on Sky Harbor Boulevard and the curbs, and that ultimately benefits all commercial operators. As it relates to field enforcement, a number of operators requested more curb enforcement personnel to ensure only legally permitted operators are picking up passengers at the airport. We agree, and we propose to augment our ground transportation dispatch contract to provide additional curb presence and enforcement, which in turn enhances the safety and security of our facilities and our customers. On the implementation schedule, stakeholders told us that they operate on a calendar year budget cycle, and reallocating the proposed fees mid-year would be problematic for them. We are now recommending that these proposed rebalanced fee structures be implemented to existing businesses no sooner than January 1st, 2017. Further, we're proposing a fee only for commercial pickups, whereas many airports operate and charge on a circuit fee, which charges for both pickups and drop-offs. With that in mind, we did hear that implementing the fully loaded fee structure all at once could be difficult for some businesses. We heard them, and what we've agreed to do is recommend a 3-year phase schedule that would reallocate the fees in a balanced and graduated way. More details on these fees will be coming in a slide. Vehicle size. On the vehicle size, it's really an important component to determining the demand-based fee schedule. A number of operators indicated that the original vehicle sizes we proposed were problematic for them. And so what we did is we adjusted those sizes, which we believe now address their concerns. On alternative fuels, some operators made the switch to alternative fuel vehicles, which supports the airport's and the city's sustainability goals. Stakeholders asked if the airport would consider implementing a trip fee discount to recognize operators who have made this commitment and to provide an incentive to those who might be thinking about it in the future. We're recommending a 10% trip fee discount to incentivize the use of alternative fuels in this community. In vehicle inspections, some operators asked if we would consider alternative criteria to satisfactorily perform vehicle safety inspections. Based on that feedback, we are recommending a provision that provides this additional flexibility. Regarding driver background checks, in keeping with the theme of creating a flexible framework that meets the needs of the industry, we're proposing council approve 3 different background check alternatives that companies may choose from. The first option is a biometric fingerprint-based background check with the name-based security threat assessment, which is our current process in place today. The second option allows for an enhanced name-based check instead of the biometric check, which includes elevated standards for background check companies, a search for crimes similar to the standards set forth by the Transportation Security Administration for airport workers, an increased look-back period, and the name-based security threat assessment. Under this option, the airport would also reserve the right to conduct an additional independent audit of up to 10% of the drivers per month. We view these first 2 options to be the equivalent of TSA PreCheck, if you will, or a trusted traveler program. Basically, we know more about these drivers, and we're able to trust them and provide them with places at the curb where we can be confident they can operate safely. However, after listening to stakeholders and giving alternatives additional consideration, we know a third option is also acceptable. This option would be a standard name-based background check as required by state law today in accordance with House Bill 2135. This type of check is common at airports across the country. Using TSA PreCheck analogy, it would really be the same as going through a standard security screening line instead of the TSA PreCheck line. We know less about these drivers, so under this option, the airport would reserve the right to conduct third-party audits to make sure they're doing what they say they're doing, and will require operators to operate at a location separate from other providers and further away from the central curb space along the terminals. Safety and security remain the airport's top priorities, and staff will provide additional monitoring over all operators to ensure our high safety and security standards continue to be met. While we encourage operators to pursue the first 2 options, we are recommending all 3 options be approved to provide individual businesses with the opportunity to decide which is best for them. It is important to note that the airport will cover the costs of the first option. However, if operators choose to use either of the name-based checks, they will be required to pay for that on their own. So this is a snapshot of the proposed 3-year phased fee reallocation schedule we're considering implementing. We are proposing to defer reallocation of the fees to existing operators until 2017. During the outreach session, we heard many operators have made investments in their vehicle fleets and their related facilities. Many of these businesses have been operating at Sky Harbor for years. Given their current investment in equipment and facilities, we are proposing reallocated fees for all existing operators be phased in over 3 years at the fee structure you see on this slide. However, new businesses have not made this type of investment to specifically operate at the airport, and therefore we're proposing any new operators immediately be subject to the full rate as identified in the 2019 schedule. After the phase-in period, we are proposing fees be increased annually at the lesser of CPI or 3%. We chose this after receiving feedback from stakeholders where we heard that budget predictability is very important to them. This methodology creates a predictable and reasonable escalation ceiling to assist with the budgeting process. Now, this is an important graph. It represents the expected net losses that the airport will continue to incur with the various options that we've proposed to the industry. To orient you, the top horizontal line where it says 0 represents a break-even cost recovery for the airport. This is the point at which our expenses to support commercial ground transportation equal the revenues we receive from the industry. Ideally, none of the options would be represented below this break-even line. The dashed line about halfway down the graph represents the current $3.7 million in losses the airport incurs today as a result of this subsidization. In December, we initially proposed to operators that we would reallocate fees at the full rate structure shortly after council approval. This revenue model is represented by the blue line that you see on the graph. In this scenario, the airport immediately reduces its losses, and after some year-one initial capital expenses associated with infrastructure and integration costs are implemented, the line flattens out in 2018. Keeping other assumptions fixed, we would be at near cost recovery in 2021. The second line, represented in green, represents our proposed 3-year phasing plan that we presented to the industry after the feedback that we received from them last month. As you can see in this scenario, we expect to lose more money in year 1 than we're losing today, as the airport really assumes the costs of the phasing. But the key is we are reallocating fees more fairly among industry businesses, which provides a fair and more competitive environment for everybody. However, we received additional feedback from the industry and the 3-year phasing option from the operators last month. And as a result, we've elected to make additional changes. What we're doing at this stage is we're ensuring that only pickups are captured for all segments of the commercial ground transportation industry, including the courtesy category. We will do this through the installation of additional readers at the pickup curbs, and with this option, we expect to have losses in excess of $5 million in year 1 and will not break even with current losses in year 2. Assuming additional losses does not rest easy on us. However, we strongly believe in the well-established industry concept of fairly distributing fees to all operators, and we are willing to accept the additional losses in the short term in order to create a fee allocation framework that is fair, defensible, and competitive for all operators. So as you can see, the fees we're proposing today will not make more money for the airport for years, but instead will reallocate costs so a few businesses are not put in the position of subsidizing their competitors. We just have a few more brief industry highlights in terms of the policy we'd like to go through, and we'll close up. The Americans with Disabilities Act, we really remain firmly committed to providing accessible ground transportation options to all customers. In fact, policies at Sky Harbor are among the most progressive in the industry. We maintain ADA-compliant wheelchair-accessible vehicles in our contracted van service and taxi fleets, and further, we intend to require, as a condition of the permit, that all ground transportation businesses comply with ADA law, fulfill rides by providing necessary accommodations within a reasonable time frame, and those that are not able to fulfill the ride must arrange for alternative accommodations for the customer within a reasonable time. Aviation staff have posted a list of authorized ADA service providers on skyharbor.com's website to support the industry with fulfilling these requests. The airport will not tolerate a lack of compliance with this policy and will aggressively investigate any complaint we receive about providers not fulfilling ADA ride requests. The airport retains the authority to suspend or revoke permits for compliance failures. On to auto insurance, we continue to require Arizona state minimum coverage for providers, carrying forward the same adjustments for underinsured motorists and ensuring the city is named as additional insured. We also require coverage to be in effect at all times while on airport property or transporting customers. As for driver identification, data reporting, and vehicle identification, the company will choose from one of the available options in each category, and that company's choice will be mandatory for all of their drivers. I'd be happy to talk about these categories in more detail should you or anybody have any additional questions. And finally, we continue to recommend that companies follow Department of Transportation regulations with regard to obtaining necessary medical certificates. These are typically required for commercial driver's licenses. And we encourage but do not mandate companies to provide defensive driver training as an industry best practice. So next steps. Depending on the direction and action provided by the council today, we'll post a 60-day public notice of the proposed reallocation of fees as required by Arizona state law first thing in the morning. At the conclusion of the 60-day notice, we intend to bring the enacting ordinance that reflects the policy framework approved by council today for adoption. The first formal council meeting after the 60-day posting requirement is currently scheduled for May 4th. And then 30 days after council action on that ordinance, the new policies will take effect, noting that the new fee structure would not be implemented for existing providers until January 1st, 2017. So Mayor and Council, as you can see, this is a very detailed but critically important framework where all individual components are intertwined and connected. Adjusting or removing any one element has the potential to be problematic for the success of the program. Phoenix is a modern, growing community, and Sky Harbor must keep pace. While we recognize not everybody will endorse the proposed framework, we think our proposal strikes the right balance to modernize Sky Harbor, to get in line with our industry peers, and to serve our customers long into the future. And with that in mind, we ask the City Council to approve staff's recommended ground transportation policy framework, which reallocates fees in a fair and equitable way, provides a safe, modern, and flexible framework to accommodate all operators, and positions Sky Harbor to support commercial ground transportation needs for the future. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer your question.
Thank you very much. Again, under the order of events, as we talked about earlier, we'll have staff presentation. Then I'll turn to council for any questions, not hopefully statements or comments. We'll have time to do that at the end. Then I'll turn to members of the public for their comments. We have many cards here. And then we'll see if there's a motion, and then we'll have council comments on the motion. Are there any questions for our professional city staff at this time? Councilman Gates.
Thank you, Mayor. A question on this issue of the $3.7 million loss. You used that term loss. And then you took us through a slide, and there were 3 different approaches, and the one that was settled upon shows this. Actually, the loss is larger coming out of the gate because of additional costs that are associated with the changes that are being made in the transportation plan. But then over time, the loss actually decreases below 3.7 to somewhere around, looks like about 2.2 million, something like that. Was that something that before this issue of ride sharing and picking up folks at the airport, was that $3.7 million loss something that the airport was planning on addressing anyway? Is there plans that you can point to that you're going to try and decrease that, or?
Mayor and Councilman Gates, yes, in fact, we have been working on this policy for several years, and back in 2009, 2010, in that time frame, we had also done outreach with the ground transportation community in hopes to implement an equitable demand-based fee structure at that time. Unfortunately, at that time, with the recession, kind of on the heels of the recession, we ultimately decided it was not the right time to implement the fees to this community.
And I understand that because I was around when that happened, and the decision was made not to go forward with it. Was there a timeline that we're going to tackle that in 2017, or was it just at some point we're going to address it?
Mayor and Councilman Gates, we did not set a specific time frame to come back to address it. However, now we believe it's the right time to actually get this in a fair and equitable way. When we did our outreach and research, what we did find that was surprising to us is that more and more airports across the country have been implementing this equitable demand-based structure, and it was even more surprising to us to find that we were the only airport in the top 20 that had not yet done that, and that helped to drive that decision.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Councilman DeCiccio?
A couple questions. Right now, the city of Phoenix charges taxis. I think either $16,000 or $19,000. What is the amount per year?
Mayor and Councilman DeCiccio, it depends on the cab company. They bid the fee. It's on average between $15,000 and $16,000 per vehicle.
Okay, per year?
Per year, that's correct.
Who pays that?
So the fees are paid for by the cab companies, and it's recovered by the drivers who are providing those services.
So it's recovered by the drivers who are providing the services. How does the driver make the money?
The driver makes the money by transporting customers out of the airport.
So essentially what you do is you have an exorbitant amount of fees. I mean, literally the consumer pays that fee. So one of the things that came up with the presentation here, I just want to make sure people understand, is that, these fees are going to end up being paid for by the consumer. If you think that the businesses pick up all the fees, they don't. It doesn't work like that. My biggest issue with what's occurring is going to be primarily dealing with a lot of the parking, the people that park and they have to pay, and then you also have these fees that are on what I consider to be this new merging market with Uber and Lyft. a lot of these people don't make that much money. They just don't do it. I mean, to think that they do, they don't. But the other issue is, where else does the airport make money? Where do we make a big chunk of our money?
Mayor, and to Councilman DeCiccio, the largest single source of revenue that we have is the fees that are levied on the airlines that are serving Sky Harbor Airport. The second largest income that we have non-airline, or the largest non-airline sources from the airport parking business. The second largest non-airline source is from the rental car industry.
So we make money from those three major functions. The passenger landing fee is what you're talking about. Every passenger that lands and takes off has to pay a certain amount of fee to the city of Phoenix. They're getting some level of service for that. So I just want you to think about the illogical part of charging individuals for basically picking up and dropping off. It's akin to, I mean, what makes us any different than a Burger King, basically? A Burger King, they have people come over there, they've had taxi drivers, Lyft, Uber, drop them off, get something to eat, they have them pick up. What kind of service are we providing them other than the fact that they just happen to be there to pick somebody up? Why are we any different than a Burger King?
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, what we're doing here is recovering our cost of providing the infrastructure at the airport that makes it possible for these commercial businesses to access the customers that are being generated by the economic activity taking place at Sky Harbor. So the city, through its aviation department over the years, has invested, as our slide indicated, literally millions of dollars of infrastructure improvements that then facilitate these businesses being able to come onto the airport and capture that business.
Well, what makes, again, you have a business owner, small business owner, proportionally, I bet you they pay more for their parking lot than we probably pay for the entire operations proportionally. So why are we any different than any small business owner? And I mean, why aren't they doing this then? Why aren't they charging other businesses to come in? Do you think maybe it has something to do with competition? That we're basically a sole market, we're basically a monopoly, so we can. I mean, that's what it looks like.
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, I appreciate your comment about it looks like a monopoly. We are the major commercial airport in the valley, but I think a huge distinction is that we are also by our structure, also a self-sustaining business enterprise that has a federal mandate to be financially self-sustaining and to charge fair market value for the non-aeronautical revenue that can occur at the airport. And so all of the businesses that make a commercial gain from activity at Sky Harbor should be paying a fair market price or value for that activity.
Well, it's interesting what I saw from the presentation here. Everything was based on revenue. You didn't talk about how you would curb expenses in order to make that work. Businesses do that. Why don't we do that?
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, we do that. We are constantly evaluating our businesses and reducing expenses at every opportunity.
Did you do that in this case here? Did you look at how we could reduce our expenses specifically related to this?
Well, specifically what we have discovered here and was reflected in the proposal that you saw is that our cost is actually going to increase at least for the first couple of years, because with this restructuring, we have to make an additional capital investment as well as bring on some additional resources to monitor and execute the new ground transportation policy.
Well, what a business normally does, let's use the analogy of a Burger King because the general public who's watching this can understand that. They don't think, yeah, I'm going to raise the fee or the cost of a hamburger, I'm going to start charging people for dropping people off. If a business did that because they're in a competitive market, they probably wouldn't have any business left. But because the City of Phoenix operates a monopoly, the City of Phoenix is able to do that. So they normally look across all operations. Have you done that? Have you looked across all operations to see if there's any way we can reduce the cost specifically related to this? or just revenue only? Because that's what it looked like.
Mayor to Councilman DeCiccio, we look at all of our cost centers on an ongoing basis. And we execute 90 different cost centers within the aviation department where all kinds of business activities or functions are taking place. And we constantly review and audit those costs to keep the cost as low as possible.
I guess what I should do, I should be more clear. You knew you were going to have to raise some fees, or you thought you had to do that. Did you say, hey, look, before we raise these fees, let's look at every other area? And what were those areas that you looked at that you could have reduced some expenses?
Right. Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, I think an example I might give is
that you actually did here.
Each item is that we run a profit and loss or a P&L on all lines of business. All the costs that we presented today, the $10 million that are attributable to this community, are specific to ground transportation. And so when we look at saving money, we look at what can we do within this P&L to reduce expenses to address, that side of the equation, if you will. A common way, thing that you would look at is the services. Are we providing, more services than we need to? Can we trim staff? Can we do other things? What we actually heard in the outreach meetings is that the vast majority of the stakeholders that commented said that they wanted more staff, not less. They wanted more enforcement on the curb to make sure unauthorized personnel weren't taking rides from authorized operators. And so what we actually heard from this community is that they wanted more services, not less.
I guess I'm probably not making myself clear. Can you provide the cost analysis that you did across your entire organization to show that would cover these expenses here?
I have a feeling that Councilman already has an idea of which cost he wants to eliminate, so maybe you should just tell us.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just don't want to charge these poor people and these taxpayers more than they need. I just don't want government to take more than they need. So I'm going to ask these tough questions because they need to be asked. I think it's fair. Keep going.
Mayor to Councilman DeCiccio, as I indicated.
You can say no, you didn't do that.
Well, I don't think that's an appropriate answer to where you're trying to go. We have a cost accounting system where the direct activities of the aviation department staff are recorded on a daily basis and charged to the various cost centers throughout the airport. And then that rolls up every year. Our cost accounting system is audited on an annual basis, plus we have to make those presentations.
You're giving government speak. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm asking specifically to this cost here.
He has to answer
No,
the
I'm
question.
allowed to ask, and I can.
No, you're interrupting him. I want him to get a
No, I
chance to answer
can,
the
but he's
question.
giving government speak here, and I want to be more
I'm the chair of the
specific.
meeting. Mr. Bennett, you can answer the question, then Councilman Cease has any follow-up. Mr. Bennett, please.
Yeah, so we do this on an ongoing annual basis, then all of our costs are audited as part of our financial reporting, and then the airlines, because we are once again federally regulated, have the opportunity to review all of our costs and allocations to all of our cost centers to make sure that we are appropriately allocating and keeping our costs at a minimum. So that's done on an annual basis and an ongoing basis at the airport.
Councilman, did you have a follow-up question to that?
I've got a few
Please,
more.
of course.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, that's really hard to understand. I asked a very simple question that I expected a plain answer back that would have said, yes, we did an analysis on this to see what we could do to recover these costs in other areas and cutting costs. Did we, I have my family members or friends drop me off at the airport. That's probably one of the biggest expenses that we have. I mean, they're using it. Did you think about raising this fee or tax on the general public?
We looked at other options, Mr. Mayor to Councilman DeCiccio. We looked at other options before we looked at this fee reallocation. I think as Mr. McCoskey mentioned in part of his presentation, we even looked at converting Sky Harbor Boulevard to a system very similar to Dallas-Fort Worth, where there would be a entry and exit point at each end of the airport, so that all vehicles entering Sky Harbor Boulevard would take a ticket for the access to the airport, and then they would be charged to go through Sky Harbor Boulevard. We looked at that. We also looked at, was there an opportunity to restrict the number of companies that are doing business in these various categories, and then do a competition and competitively bid access to those commercial opportunities at the airport, very similar to what we do with our news and gift opportunities or our restaurant opportunities and our terminal buildings. So we looked at that as a potential way to allocate this revenue shortfall.
So the public as a whole was going to be looking at this. I mean, they're going to end up paying it anyways, but the public as a whole you looked at the entire public as a way of taxing them too. I think the citizens need to know what's going on here is because they could be the ones that are going to be victimized next time when it comes to these fees and taxes at the city. So let's go directly to the individuals that park off-site. How much money do we make every year on-site parking?
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, our rough gross revenue in the airport parking business is about $85 to $88 million
per year. And then how much money is made on these off-site parking spots? Approximately.
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, approximately how much money do we estimate are made off parking, off-site, off the airport?
Mr. Mayor,
you don't need to
Councilman
know.
DeCiccio, I don't know what their.
Kevin Kowski, do you have an answer to that? I know you put the chart in there in terms of percentage of the uses versus the revenue generated, but do you have that into a raw number?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman DeCiccio. We don't make anything off of the off-site airport parking operation. However, the ground transportation service that they provide into the airport, they get a permit from the airport. For the off-airport parking industry last year, it was about $27,000 they paid to the airport.
I'm not asking that question. I'm sorry. I must not be very clear. I'm just asking, do you know how much money that they make off-site parking approximately?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, we do not. They do not disclose their statements to us.
But you would consider them to be competitors?
Mr. Bennett.
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, what we're discussing here is our commercial ground transportation policy.
No, but the people that park off-site, those entities that are out there, would you consider them to be competitors to the parking that we have at the airport?
Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blue, either one, how would you best describe the relationship between Phoenix Sky Harbor parking and off-site parking?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, the off-airport parking operators are conducting a private business that's allowed under the zoning. We don't have an opinion about how large they are or how small they are or what fees they charge. We believe they just simply exist as a service provider in the community, and customers of the community take advantage of it. And those that wish to park at the airport, we provide those services. So I don't think we have taken a adversarial view of folks who park off airport, nor have we offered an opinion to try and penalize them for coming to use the airport. We're just trying to find a way to equitably distribute the expenses of delivering service.
Well, again, I must not be speaking plainly. My first language is Italian, and I know I must not be speaking English today. I just asked a very simple question was, do you consider them to be competitors or not? That's a yes or no.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, no.
Okay, you don't see them as competitors, even though that they're going to be parking there. This is what we're dealing with. That's why this is a problem, is that I don't know how anybody can logically say that these are not competitors to parking, because if their fees were raised to the same level as yours, they're going to end up going to the airport, and then the city of Phoenix makes more money. I guess what I'm trying to point out is that this is nothing more than a money grab, literally trying to find ways to get more money out of the general public. But I think you answered the question that I needed. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other questions by members of this council before we go to members of the public who wish to provide testimony on this item? Each council member will have the opportunity to make whatever comments they make, responding to any motion that may be on the floor subsequent to public testimony. Okay, I have tried to generally divide the cards into the various categories of people who are here, some representing the TNC, some representing taxis, some representing off-site parking, some representing, I think, pilots. We have some pilots that are here to provide testimony as well. I'll put the pilots in the public category. So I'm going to start with members of the general public. The first person to provide testimony will be Jennifer Longden. If you could come forward and provide the 2 minutes of testimony, you can provide testimony from there.
Yes, sir.
After that, Frances Heston, followed by Kim Sabo, followed by Keith Clifton. And if you could come, if I mention your name, come up to the first row of chairs marked reserved. They are reserved for you, not somebody else. So when it says reserved, that means people waiting in the queue to provide testimony. So Ms. Longden, provided by Frances Heston, provided by Kim Sabo. Ms. Longden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and thank you for allowing me to testify from up here. I am here really to speak about this ADA portion. I find it very encouraging. As a person with a disability, I do have trouble with ground transportation. Last year, even though I limit my flying, I still logged 75,000 air miles in and out of Sky Harbor Airport. The most anxiety-inducing portion of any of my trips is my ground transportation to and from. So I find this very encouraging, and I'm grateful for what you're doing. I'd like to just point out quickly, if I can, that people with disabilities represent roughly $17 billion in travel and entertainment dollars. And as a city that relies very heavily on T&E, I hope that we'll do everything we can to encourage all of those dollars to come here. We recently hosted a disability conference in January, and representatives from every state and U.S. territory attended. It was a very short conference. There were 600 room nights here in Phoenix. There was some reluctance at first to travel, again, based on, are we going to get ground transportation, are we not? And based on the experiences that our group had here in Phoenix, in part due to the foresight that we had in accessibility for the Super Bowl, and then the next year with the National Football Conference on ensuring great accessibility downtown. Once these folks got out and used our restaurants and bars, we found that they liked it so much, they've asked us to host the same conference again next year. So we sent ambassadors back talking about accessibility to every state and U.S. territory. So thank you, and I'm really encouraged to know more about what equitable and vigorous enforcement will mean. It'll be important to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Longden. Next speaker will be Frances Heston, followed by Kim Sabo, followed by Keith Clifton. Mr. Heston, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, for this moment to speak. My name is Fran Heston. I operate a prearranged company here in Phoenix and Prescott, Arizona. I've been in the airport since 1987, worked various jobs for Super Shuttle. In 2002, started my own company. The tragedy of 9/11 forced us all to change. And the airport has done a great job with background checks, fingerprinting, and ensuring the safety of the 44 million people that used our airport last year. I sometimes question why a giant as big as the TNCs are afraid to submit to background checks and fingerprinting to be done by the airport. Not that they're bad companies, these individuals driving for them, but we're here to be safe. And it doesn't cost Uber a penny to have that done. It's their cost that they have to pay, but we're ensuring the safety of the people. Since I've been in the airport 2002, taxi drivers, prearranged vehicles, limos, hotel vans, shared ride drivers, and even the hotel drivers, not one instance has there ever been noted that those drivers have committed any type of crime, malfeasance towards the passengers. Unfortunately, that cannot be said by the TNCs that are existing today. I don't know why we want to do this. This works. We ensure the safety of the passengers who come in and out of Sky Harbor Airport. We've been successful. Which one of you want to say to a parent, I'm sorry that your child or daughter or spouse was harmed because we didn't do our jobs? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heston. Ms. Kim Sabo is next, and then followed by Keith Clifton, followed by Stuart Carey. Again, if I called your name, please come forward and sit in the seats up front here in the queue so we can get through our many speakers as quickly as possible. Ms. Sabo, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good afternoon. I'm here today on behalf of the Valley Hotel and Resort Association to respectfully request a return to study regarding the proposed Sky Harbor ground transportation policy. While our members support a fair and equitable solution to commercial ground transportation operations, we don't feel that this proposal currently represents that in its current form, nor does it take into account the voice of the customer, which includes 40.7 million overnight visitors to our state annually. In addition, the figures that my members in the association are reporting are vastly different than the numbers being reported by the airport. So again, we would respectfully request a return to study committee to better analyze the numbers and the impact that it will have on my hotel properties, hoteliers, and the visitors coming to our state annually. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Sabo? Councilman Gates.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Sabo, thank you for coming down today. Have you had the opportunity to review the entire attachment 1, which is a ground transportation policy?
No.
Okay. When you say return to study committee, I was just trying to understand which portions of this attachment. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to be here for a while. So, maybe if you wanted to review that, I just want to clearly understand: is it just the fee structure, or are there other parts of this attachment 1 ground
It's the fee structure.
policy?
Yes,
That's all.
the fee structure that my members are reporting and the impact that that current fee structure will have on them. The numbers are, there are discrepancies between the numbers that my member properties are reporting and the numbers that we're receiving from the airport.
But no objections to the rest of this, as far as you're aware?
No.
Okay.
We are supportive of a fair and equitable solution to this.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Pastor?
I have a question in the sense of, was the Valley Hotel and Resort Association part of this dialogue? And if they were, why are there a discrepancy between the numbers?
Mayor and Councilwoman Pastor, so we did invite all of the hotel operators that currently are permitted to conduct business at the airport. We held, I had mentioned earlier, over the 20-plus meetings that we had, both public and in stakeholder outreach. We had, I believe, 2 specifically dedicated to hotel motel, exclusively dedicated to hotel motel operators. We had an additional 3, I believe, that were group meetings where they could participate. And we also did do a presentation as late as this last week to the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association to specifically provide information about this.
Okay, so my question is, Kim is saying that there's a discrepancy in numbers. So what numbers are you using, and how did you come about getting those numbers? And what numbers are they using? Are we comparing apples to apples, or is it apples to oranges? I need to understand.
Absolutely, Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor. We are using actual trip data numbers. So when all of those vehicles are permitted to operate at the airport, they get a transponder that's affixed to the window of the vehicles. When they enter the airport, they record a transaction. So we know exactly when they've come into the airport, where they went on the airport, and when they've left the airport. And that is something that we collect, and we have collected for nearly a decade now. And so we know very precisely how many trips each of these operators are running. And based on the fee allocations that we're proposing, we know exactly what based on their current behavior and their current operations at the airport, we know what their fees would be. We're not sure precisely what the fees are that Ms. Sabo is speaking to. We don't know where that number is coming from, but we do know the numbers for each of the operators based on our data.
But can you give me some insight as to what numbers you're using, or what data you're using?
So I can report to you on the numbers that my properties, a handful of my properties, have conveyed. And thank you to the airport. Mr. Grubbs did come out on Thursday and give a presentation to the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association, and we appreciate that very much. A lot of our members are concerned, again, because based on that presentation, the numbers that they have calculated are not jiving with the numbers that the airport is providing. Where the discrepancies lie, it's a property-by-property basis depending on the vehicles that the properties use, the number of seats and the number of trips or pickups. But for example, they currently pay a fee of $400 per vehicle annually. I have a number of my hotels citing that this $400 annual expenditure would increase to $250,000. That's the number that I'm getting from multiple properties. So again, because of this discrepancy, I would requestfully request a return to study committee.
And this is from the letter we received. Did staff receive this letter and can verify, there's a $400 annual per vehicle fee?
Mayor and Councilman Pastor, she is citing that correctly. The current policy in place for all permittees, which includes hotel motel operators, prearranged operators, the current policy that's been in place for decades has been the $400 per vehicle per year. It is not a demand-based fee, and as you saw in the charts that we presented, it is not anywhere close to being a cost recovery fee based on the demand they placed on the airport.
So this is what they get charged currently?
This is what we charge currently, yes, ma'am.
And what will be the new fee? I have all these graphs. And which one are you looking at?
With the
Depends on the size of the vehicle.
Yeah,
Mr. Bennett, maybe you can
Mayor,
answer.
to Councilwoman Pastor, as we indicated, it depends on the vehicle size. And if it is a larger kind of mid-sized shuttle van, then in year one, the fee would be $3.50 to pick up.
Councilman, you have additional questions? Councilman Williams?
A quick question. Are you saying that they only paid $400 a year? It was a very small percentage of your cost recovery. So in that, you were subsidizing their industry?
Mayor and Councilwoman Williams, yes, that's what we're saying.
And we're saying we can't afford to do that anymore.
Mayor and Councilwoman Williams, what we are saying is that we're using revenues derived from other segments of the industry that are standing on their own to subsidize this industry. In fact, this is the only segment of the commercial industry at Sky Harbor that doesn't stand on its own. And so we're suggesting a fee that would more equitably balance across all segments of this industry as we work towards getting closer to cost recovery.
Does that have the potential to reduce the customer costs of the taxi cabs and Super Shuttle?
Mayor and Councilwoman Williams, that is correct. In fact, the taxi cab operators today, the three companies currently pay the airport in the neighborhood of $4.5 million a year for the opportunity to provide service. So that would actually reduce their costs while it brings the costs for some of the other operators up. The goal is to get to a more equitable framework for everybody based on the demand they place at the airport.
Councilman Waring, you had a question?
I do, or at least a comment about this. So I have in front of me not just the letter from the Valley Hotel and Resort Association that was referenced earlier, but also the back and forth between Kim and the airport. Sort of a he said, she said, I guess for a lack of better way to phrase it. I will just say, and I've mentioned this before, you know, this is the same, Jim, you weren't here for this, so it's not you, but this is the same airport operation that led us very far astray with the FAA a year ago. So if it comes down to the Valley Hotel and Resort Association claiming something, and the airport where we had to hire law firms and have an investigation, and the director had to be removed, and yada, yada, what am I supposed to think sitting up here? And I've said that several times before. I've got a group that I've worked with for 13 years who's never steered me wrong, which I believe is the number 2 industry in the state.
Correct.
Okay, how many billions of dollars?
$20.9 billion.
20.9. They're making a request, I think, that has a lot of merit. And certainly when I look at those two things, the group I've worked for 13 years, that's the second biggest, $20.9 billion in the state, versus this, I hope my concerns, you can understand why I have some concerns. you know, it does seem like there's a pretty big, I'm just reading this exchange, which has somewhat been reflected in the questioning here. At the very least, it's concerning. At the very least, it makes me want to take a second look. And just to cite something that Councilman DeCiccio was talking about earlier, I think you guys had told me in a previous meeting that there are about 8,000 off-site airport parking spaces. So the parking spot and those guys, you thought collectively about 8,000?
Mayor, to Councilman Waring, that's a fair estimation.
How many parking spaces are at the airport? For the public, not for people who work at the airport.
Mayor, to Councilman Waring, there are about 21 or 22,000 public spaces available on Sky Harbor.
If you haven't thought about this before, they are absolutely your competitors, and they're trying to say, okay, you'd be a little bit inconvenienced, you got to take a shuttle over to the airport or whatever it is, but you get to park your car, you park your car off-site, we'll secure it just like the airport does, and we'll charge you a little less. By jacking up their fees, it's definitely one competitor raising the cost for another. I can't even believe that didn't get a clear English translation to Italian for Councilman DeCiccio.
Well, it's because I'm Italian. I couldn't speak English till I got in the first grade, so that's probably a problem.
It's pretty hard to believe that that wasn't just a clear-cut answer. I don't think it's an unreasonable answer. You guys have parking spaces, but if you jack up the cost for the guys off-site, then more people are just incentivized just to go to the airport because if it's not much of a cost difference. So it seemed like that should have been a clear-cut answer, which sort of undercuts why I'm siding with them and not you guys on this issue. So thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions for Ms. Sabo? Councilwoman, please.
So I've had the opportunity to attend the Governor's Tourism Conference and visit with several different tourism groups, like several folks in Scottsdale. And I actually was there. Sport Sky Harbor won the award from the Governor's Tourism Conference, which was wonderful. And I was excited to be there to help accept the award, but they spent the whole time telling me how we need Uber at the airport. And so I got the message from the tourism industry that they really wanted rideshare. And I spoke with a group in Scottsdale, and they said that one of the things that makes them less competitive is a higher cost of transportation to get out to the Scottsdale resorts. And so they wanted to drive down costs of taxis, drive down costs of Super Shuttle, drive down costs of rideshare. And so I feel like I'm getting mixed messages.
I'm not entirely certain which conference you're talking about.
The Governor's Conference on Tourism?
Right. So I am president and CEO of the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association. GCOT is run by the Arizona Office of Tourism, two separate entities.
Okay, so we have also heard from convention and visitor bureaus that bringing down costs of transportation makes us more competitive. Is the Arizona Tourism and Lodging, do you represent convention and visitor bureaus?
Absolutely. And again, we support a level and equitable playing field. We just don't feel that this current model does that.
And do you have a fee that you suggest?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I just request respectfully that we go back to return to study committee to further analyze the numbers. I think that there is a big enough discrepancy, and the unintended consequences on the tourism industry could be such that it's worth another look. Absolutely.
Okay. I feel I've heard very loudly from the tourism industry that they want more options at the airport.
We're all about competition. That's what drives our business.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councilman, do you have a question?
Well, yeah, and also a comment to that. Wanting rideshare and taxing a business out of business are two different things. And the other part of it goes back to what Councilman Waring was talking about here. You have one big kid on the block raising taxes on someone else and making them uncompetitive. That's what you're doing here, whether it's the rideshare model or whether it's, those off-site parking. You've literally got a monopoly that is driving this. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request to send at least part of this back, especially dealing with the fees, to study committee to find out and to use the numbers that they've come up with. I mean, their numbers have been pretty accurate in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Other comments or questions for Ms. Sabo in this question? Let me ask staff a question. One thing that you have not presented is a general fee for every single car coming onto the vehicle. Local passengers dropping off family members at the airport to have to pay a fee each and every time they do that. Is there a particular reason why our professional staff is not recommending what some would say is a more equitable distribution by charging every resident to come onto the airport? I'm assuming the industry would be would feel that would be more equitable to charge everyone so that their industry doesn't get hit a little bit harder. I think that's, I don't know if any council member is going to propose that. I know staff is not proposing that we charge every single car coming onto Sky Harbor Airport, where they happen to be a Phoenix resident or resident of any other city in the valley. Why is staff not recommending what some would consider a more equitable distribution of fees?
Mayor, if I may, and I think I mentioned it before, that is actually one of the options that we did explore early on in this process, as to whether or not it was feasible for us to essentially turn Sky Harbor Boulevard into a tolled facility, that anyone entering the boulevard would collect a ticket and pay a fee for the use of the boulevard.
A fee that would be paid, I guess, based on no matter if you're a for-profit business or
for-profit
mom and dad
business.
dropping off their child on their way to college. You know, everybody pays the same fee when they access the airport. You're not proposing that.
That is correct. We are not proposing that. We will continue to subsidize the general public's use of Sky Harbor Boulevard with the revenues that we derive from other lines of business that we're engaged in. And the challenge that we have with Sky Harbor Boulevard, as we mentioned in our testimony, is a very limited capacity, and you've all been out there at its peak times. But we also have a large amount of cut-through traffic where commuters use Sky Harbor Boulevard to avoid the congestion on the highways. And tolling the boulevard would be very useful in terms of giving us additional capacity back on the boulevard, but we don't think that's feasible in the state.
Mayor, I would also indicate that people dropping off their kids for college, going on vacation, picking up grandma, are not conducting a commercial business. And that's another distinction staff has made, is those that are conducting commercial enterprises, using the infrastructure of the airport, are in a position to help compensate for their consumption of those portion of the infrastructures and services. The general public we've elected are not in that same position, and we think providing them free access is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sable, for your
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
testimony.
Thank you, council.
Next speaker is Keith Clifton, followed by Lizzie Kim, a member of our Aviation Advisory Body, who I know has to leave. Did she already leave? Oh, you're still here, okay. Hopefully you have still time. I know you're at a very busy schedule. Mr. Clifton and then Ms. Kim, please.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you. I take real issue with the airport saying that they subsidize us. They do not subsidize us whatsoever. They do not provide us with any business. We provide ourselves with that business. Those are prearranged clients that we're picking up.
Who are you
at the
representing? I
airport.
apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I own Desert Night Sedans and Limousines. I'm in my 20th year.
Thank you. I'm
an ex-president of the Arizona Limousine Association. I've sat on an airport committee that was a liaison with the airport many years. But I do take issue with them saying they're subsidizing us. This is another tax that's going to be passed on, yes, to the customer. I do airline crews. I do several thousand airline crews a month. They have no exemption for that. Mom and pop, I'm no different than mom and pop picking up their parents because, again, this is all prearranged business. They are not creating business for us. They're using the taxis and Super Shuttle as an example. Well, it's an awful example. They're making all of their profits from the airport. We're not. We're, again, conducting business with people that are prearranged. So the airport's not providing actual industry for us. They are providing industry for the cabs that are paying that $16,000 a year, but they're also doing well into six figures per car from that contract. So it's very different.
To be clear, I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your general suggestion, without getting specific numbers, is that the limousine industry should pay less and the taxi should pay more of the ground
contract
transportation
taxis,
costs.
of course,
Okay.
because they're actually creating, the airport creates that business for them. That's why they're paying those exorbitant fees, if you will. They're not creating that business for us.
Okay.
So it's completely different.
I appreciate your testimony. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Clifton?
And then my
on
other
behalf of
thing
your
would
business?
the other thing would be fingerprinting at the airport. I mean, it works. You have to verify that you're actually dealing with the person that is there. Fingerprinting is a must at the airport. Ever since 9/11, I mean, I can't remember when we haven't fingerprinted at the airport. To go backwards is I mean, it sounds preposterous to me, quite honestly.
Thanks for coming down. Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Lizzie Kim, who's a member of our Aviation Advisory Body.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm here today just to give you all a flavor and to answer any questions you have about the process with which the Phoenix Aviation Board came to its recommendation. As you know, our objective is to create the best airport possible for the city of Phoenix. That means that's one that is well-financed, that creates the best services for our guests in the airline, in the retail, in the transportation world, and creates the safest and friendliest airport for the city and around the country. So our desire was to have an airport that adopts to new demand, customer demand, as well as new emerging technologies. So we heard the public that they definitely want these new rideshare services at the airport. We had to become comfortable with the idea of whether these rideshares would still maintain the safety and integrity of the airport, which is still, as airports are, a target for different insidious groups. Once we became comfortable with that, and admittedly that was on a 5-4 vote, a split vote, once we became comfortable with that, we had to look at the effect that this kind of disruptor has on the economic model we have at the airport. Our current economic model actually is a monopoly model where certain taxi cab companies pay a very, very large fee for the exclusivity to operate their taxi cabs at the airport. By adding these rideshare companies, we're actually increasing competition to the airport for our guests and customers, which are demanding this kind of service. But that does also mean then that we are not, that going to a more competitive economic model rather than a monopoly one means we do have to change our fee structure to match the actual economics of the airport. So we believe then by increasing competition, by embracing this new technology, by satisfying ourselves of the safety measures, and by adapting to this non-monopoly model, what we would do is try to create a per-use fee that is as low as can be and possible. Right now, the airport's proposal, the staff's proposal, does not cover all of the cost to maintain it. In fact, covers less than the cost that the airport currently collects, but that is okay because this is a transition period, and spreads that out over as many users of the transportation airport that are commercial users of the airport as possible. So that was our thinking. That is how we got to our decision to approve in fact, we approved the change of the fee structure first, and then the approval of the rideshare programs acceptance at the airport second. And if there are any questions I can answer for you all, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim, for your testimony and your service on the Aviation Advisory Body. Any questions from Ms. Kim? Councilman Gallego?
Please give our thanks to the Aviation Advisory Board for the hours and hours that you put into this. I think
It's
you had
our
a
pleasure.
5.5-hour meeting at your last meeting, and that was just one of many. I know members have been at community meetings, out in one-on-one meetings, and so we really
It's our
appreciate
pleasure, Councilwoman.
your volunteer service.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Kim? All right, thanks for your testimony. On a separate note, we wish Sam Fox the best of luck in the James Beard competition on your day job.
He considers himself the Susan Lucci of the James E. Beard Awards. Always nominated, never the winner.
This is the year. Stuart Carey is next, followed by John DePipa, followed by Robert Chacon.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Council, thank you. I didn't really want to speak too much here. I did put together a document that I hope you got, and you can look through that and see if there's some observations there that make sense for you to take a look at. I feel like there's some pretty significant shortcomings in taking a look at some of the increased liability that this potentially dropping the fingerprint check could mean to the city. And I'm also a little curious about the increased revenue that this will generate, and I haven't really seen that it's that productive. So I kind of am questioning why we want to go down this road of revamping all the rules to accommodate some new competitors. In regards to the insurance, I encourage you to look through that. I feel like there's some pretty important things that could happen for TNC drivers who are not carrying their own insurance. I happen to know from personal experience that numbers of these drivers, and it's not known how many, will operate their vehicles outside of the app once they get to know customers, and then you could potentially have TNC drivers on the airport property with no insurance. There's some other issues that I kind of got into the weeds with, and I don't know that this is the place to go through it. But just in general, I feel like this technology is great. I'm using it with some other firms other than the ones that people are familiar with here. But I think it's also far from perfected, and I think there's a lot of potential for danger at the airport, which is already a pretty dangerous place to begin with. If you've been out there on a busy day and you've seen Terminal 4 at pickups and drop-offs, there's a lot of pedestrians. There's really no barrier stopping people from driving. I think the city were to look at this and say, if there was one accident, you could be looking at millions and millions of dollars for a wrongful death. So,
Thank you for your testimony. We have 2 minutes for each speaker, so you have to wrap up at this point.
yeah, so I'll just wrap it up. And basically, that's all I wanted to get out was that I do think there are some significant liability issues that your lawyers and investigators should look at.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John DePipa, followed by Robert Chacon, followed by Jason Morris representing TNCs. Mr. DePipa, good to see you. John DePipa, not James. John DePipa, excuse me.
It's okay, I'm used to the name being butchered, so.
Ah, darn it.
Mayor Stanton and members of the City Council, good afternoon. Well, I'm not a pilot, I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. My name is John DePipa, and I'm the TW Local 556 Domicile Executive Board Member for Phoenix. This elected position has many responsibilities, and the most important one I have is the honor of representing a little over 1,400 Southwest Airlines flight attendants who call Phoenix home. One of the things most important to them is having the option to park at the airport or at an off-site lot as they pay for their parking out of their own pockets. Recently, aviation officials have proposed a trip fee of $6 for these businesses, and if enacted, these off-airport facilities may literally go out of business. If they're capable of staying in business, this trip fee will undoubtedly materially impact the rates we pay and/or the trips and/or the service we rely upon to do our jobs. We're very opposed to this proposed trip fee. I have emailed each of you a letter basically stating this, and have heard from Mr. DeCicio's assistant, and I want to thank you, Councilman DeCicio, for taking a stand against this fee. I've also heard from Mr. Gates and Mr. Nowakowski's, I hope I got that right, assistants, and have hard copies of the same correspondence that I'd like to hand to the rest of you with your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I also have okay. In closing, I work for an airline known as the Love Airline. And while this proposed policy doesn't seem to show love to the people affected on a daily basis, I'm hopeful that with your vote, that will be taken into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for the letters. Councilman, please.
If I could, the flight attendants just don't make a whole lot of money. I mean, it's just really one of the lowest paid jobs. What's basically a starting income for a flight attendant?
If I had a guess, I'd say about $20,000 to $30,000 a year.
Maybe 24,000, I think is what I
Right.
heard. So the individuals that are flight attendants, they park off-site. Why would they do that?
Well, to be honest with you, and no offense to the airport, but a lot of the members that I represent pretty much are sick of the airport, the airport as far as them moving them, as we are the only carrier at the airport that does pay for our own parking. Our friends over at American, their contract, it's negotiated that they pay for their parking. So a lot of people park off-site, to answer your question, because they like the service better, in all honesty. They get covered parking and frequent shuttle service.
And what's the pay differential too? So if you were to park off-site, what's the cost difference?
Well, we negotiated a couple rates with Blue Sky and with the parking spot. We pay, for your information, we pay $60 a month to park. And we park at the 44th Street lot, which is, it's uncovered. It's right by the 44th Street and Washington Light Rail Station. And a lot of our members, we used to park, as the airport would be aware, we used to park in the terminal, East Economy Garage, which was a very popular item, especially in the summer, as you can well imagine. So now a lot of our members have went to Blue Sky and the parking spot because they wanted covered parking, and a lot of people have felt that their safety might be in jeopardy, especially coming in late at night, parking at the 44th Street station. So they opted to use the money, their free will, to go to Blue Sky or the parking spot.
So when you look at it proportionally to somebody who doesn't make a lot of money, as a flight attendant wouldn't, you're looking at maybe $700-800 a year, and then if you park on site, you're going to be even higher than that.
Exactly.
So that becomes, if you just think about what this does to the people that are the poorest, you know, the ones that are basically the working poor, this just becomes an additional tax on them, because sooner or later the business owner passes it on to them. Correct?
Correct. You're correct, sir.
So, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Because
Thank you.
What I want to do is highlight the point here, especially with you being here, and I appreciate you being here, is that, you know, there's a reason people park off-site. It's because it's less expensive. They may get their parking covered. They may have safety issues. There may be a variety of issues. But you have a situation where you have a competitor now literally raising a tax so that it equalizes their fee, and it makes it harder for those people that are poor to be able to use the services. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Robert Chacon is the next, followed by Jason Morris, followed by Abbas Narni.
Mayor, Councilman, thank you for letting me speak. It's the first time I've actually addressed any kind of, so I hope my nerves are being hidden well. I am a flight attendant for Southwest Airlines. I used to, in my beginning career, I did park on property, on airport property. I have also, pretty much John covered quite a bit of what I was going to say, so I changed to off-site parking because of the reliability, the security. I do work PM trips, so I get in late. Every single time, with the exception of when we were allowed to park on property in the terminal, you're dropped off on buses that are not reliable, especially at night. They are very infrequent, and you're dropped off at a little spot. By choosing off-site parking, they drop you off and pick you up at your vehicle. It is all covered parking. There's more convenience, security, reliability, and I do agree that this does feel like it is David and Goliath. And by raising the fees, they're going to increase the fees to me, which, you know, I'm probably going to be forced to go back to airport parking. And that's the whole reason why I left there in the first place, was everything that was mentioned beforehand. So that's pretty much, I just want to strongly oppose this fee that is going to be imposed on the off-site parking. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Wanting to get his voice heard but not wishing to speak is Roy Rooker in favor, so I appreciate your card. Jason Morris, are you here? Wishing to speak in favor of the staff proposal, followed by Abbas Narni. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me and us here today. By way of background, my name is Jason Morris. I'm with Sterling Backcheck, a global background screening company, the largest background screening company in the world. I've been in the background screening industry for 20 years. I recently sold my business to Sterling Backcheck. In the 17 years that I owned my business, I was also chairman of the National Association of Professional Background Screeners, and have set up background screening programs for thousands and thousands of companies across the world. Many companies here in Arizona, including schools, colleges. I flew here on Southwest Airlines. Same type of screening that we do are the pilots and the flight attendants that flew me in today from Cleveland have been screened the same way that we're proposing screening here today. When we do a background check, and the way that most companies in the United States do a background check, we are identifying the Social Security number for the individual that we're screening, and tracing that Social Security number and finding out everywhere that person has ever lived, worked, and went to school in the last, let's say, 7 years. We are then sending a researcher into those county courts or accessing those courts digitally to procure all the records under those names in those courts. The reason it's accurate is because that's where the records exist. When you're screening a person, that's where the trial happens, that's where the information is filed, and that's where the information exists. So we can be sure that the information is accurate and up to date. In addition to that, we're of course doing motor vehicle record checks and other checks that go along with that type of search. And then there's some national databases that we're also searching on top of the county criminal searches. So I'm here to tell you today that the way that we're proposing is an incredibly accurate, up-to-date, and reliable background check, and is also fair to the consumers and fair to the drivers of the Lyft or Uber systems out there.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Morris? Noting that Laura Bissetto has given her time to you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Should be noted that it's 25 degrees in Cleveland right now.
It is. It's snowing tomorrow.
Snow tomorrow.
When I'm going back.
All right, Abbas Narni, I hope I got the last name correctly, is next, followed by David Warren.
Mayor Stanton, City Councilman, and woman, I want to thank you for the opportunity given to me. My name is Abbas Naini. I'm with Apache Taxi. We are the highest paying taxi company for the airport. We pay about $16,176 prepaid quarterly to the airport. And I'm in the favor of the recommendation that the ground transportation staff, came up with. Just want to bring it to your attention how much hard work it took for the crew at ground transportation to come up with this. It was over 20 meetings and a lot of small meeting among us to come up with this, new recommendation. It is fair, and I think, the ones they see it hard, maybe they can change their business model to kind of, put that expense into their, formula and come up with that. And I think, it's a very fair recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming down.
I have a
Next-
question.
Oh, please, Councilman.
If you do not have to pay $16,000 per taxi any longer, do you think you will pass some of the savings on to your customers and to
Definitely.
your employees?
Definitely. Why not? The table, there is food. I think, everybody got to have their fair share. Yes,
Thank
City
you.
Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Warren is the next speaker. I have a series of cards clipped here. I don't know if this is donated time or not. You know if other members of the industry have been kind enough to, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm not David Warren. But
Aha.
we're switching times. We're just
Switching, all right.
flip-flopping.
All right, go right ahead. So who are you?
My name's Kevin Schreier.
Okay.
And I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Parking Spot.
Oh, okay, good. Go ahead.
So
2
I'm in the
minutes.
off-airport parking industry. Thanks for giving me the time, Mayor Stanton and the City Council. The Parking Spot, we have 38 locations around the country at 21 different airports, which gives me the great job of being able to talk to airports all the time across the country. We have a lot of experience collectively with our company. I'm one of the founders of it. It's about 18 years old, so we've been at this for a while. The $6 trip fee that the airport is proposing will be our highest demand-based fee in the country of those 21 airports that we operate at. And it's one of the highest anywhere in the country. And just to put the numbers in perspective, I think it was Councilman Pastor that was trying to dig into the numbers. For us here at Sky Harbor, we have 2 locations. 2 of those 38 are here at Sky Harbor. We pay about $4,000 for each location. That will go to about $350,000 when we go to the $6 trip. So it's a huge increase for us. One other just point of perspective, at LAX, we have 2 locations in Los Angeles, and our trip fee there is $2.57 a trip. I think really what's at issue is this $10 million that they've allocated to commercial ground transportation. And that's really what we want to dive into and understand and break apart. I think the woman that spoke on behalf of the hotel business said the same thing that we're going to say, which is we want to go back to study on that $10 million and just make sure it's allocated correctly. We realize we should pay fair and equitable fees. We just don't think $350,000 per location is fair and equitable. For example, that $10 million allocation includes cost centers like cell phone lots, a portion to the SkyTrain, a portion for taxi holding areas, which are just not really applicable at all to the off-airport parking business. So we just want to dive into it. I think what's most disturbing to me about this process is that we found out about this in mid-December. So we're just a little over 60 days and we're already here for a council vote. Never, ever in the 18 years that I've negotiated with airports have I seen anything fast-tracked this quickly. And I think it has everything to do with wanting to get Uber and Lyft in the TNCs on the airport and not really digging into the numbers. We are not opposed to them coming on the airport. We think it's a great service for the citizens of Phoenix. We just think that these issues should be separate. Our simple ask today is just separate these two code changes. Go ahead and approve all the rules that have been amalgamated for Uber and Lyft. We are fine with that. We just would like some more time to really tear apart that $10 million number. The businesses are just diametrically different as it relates to airport services. 100% of our customers live and work in Phoenix, where with Uber and Lyft, a good chunk of their business at the airport are going to be tourists. So we just think, you know, they're different businesses and they should be looked at differently, and they shouldn't really be grouped together in one proposal. A good example of a customer of ours, we do a lot of corporate business here in the Phoenix area, and General Dynamics is a big corporate customer of ours. They have about 3,000 people that live and work in Phoenix, and they park with us. And, you know, and to them, this is nothing more than another tax on the people that live here. And they'd really just like more time to understand it and make sure that we're paying a fair amount. I think in summary, you know, the airport is profitable. It makes $128 million on an operating basis. Revenue minus expense is $28 million. If you take into consideration debt and capital projects, they're still making roughly $60 million. So you can allocate these costs any way you want and come down to 10 million here, but it's still a very, very profitable airport relative to other airports in the nation, and they should be commended for running such a profitable operation. I'm just not sure why we have to pay such a disproportionate amount of expenses, especially where we're starting from. So all we're asking in summary is that we just separate these issues, that the Uber and Lyft and the TNCs be regulated in one way, and that we have a little bit more time to really dive into the numbers. That's really what I wanted to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David Warren, did you want to provide testimony as well?
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Gates had a question. I apologize.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Did I hear you right? Did you say if the $6 trip fee is approved, that'd be the highest in the country?
For our 21, I have 21 airports where I operate out of the parking spot. It would be the highest demand-based fee.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch that term that what is that? Maybe you can translate that to non-airport people. What does that mean?
The demand-based fee?
No, you said some type of airport.
21, so the parking spot, we have 38 locations around the country, and we operate at 21 different airports. So 2 of our 38 are here in Phoenix, and 1 of the 21 airports is here. Of those 21 airports, it would be the highest fee.
Okay. And just to be clear, have you had the opportunity to review the attachment 1, the whole ground transportation policy?
Yeah.
And so you have no objection to any of it except for the portion that's labeled fee structure? Is that right?
No, I wouldn't say that. That's why I want more time to really dive into the details. I mean, we just found out about this 60 days ago. I say I've read it, but I think we need more time to really digest how they're allocating things throughout the policy.
Okay, so you have problems with other areas? You have concerns with things other than the fee structure?
Yeah,
just the fee structure?
Well, the fee structure is a derivative of how the costs are allocated. So I have problems with how the costs are allocated.
Okay.
That derives the fee structure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, maybe if I can make a request, to the extent that folks are saying, you know, they have an opinion on what the council ought to do, maybe they can look at the ground transportation policy. I'm trying to clarify it, at least for me, if they have concerns with anything else or if it's just simply the fee structure. And I think we have that available for people who haven't had the opportunity to review the policy.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman. Real quick, I think, Mr. Bennett, I don't know if you had a chance to respond to what was said about the fee structure relative to other airports. I know you have extensive experience at various airports around the country and world.
Mayor, as we indicated in our testimony, the Phoenix is essentially the only of the top 20 large airports that doesn't charge some type of demand-type fee. And I think you have to look at a little closer than just the $6 that is being referenced here. As a reminder, that $6 is in 2019 and is for pickups only. Some of the other airports charge a circuit fee, so the company is being charged whether they're dropping off a customer or picking up a customer. Whereas in our case, we're only charging to pick up a customer. So if they come onto the airport and just drop people off, say in the mornings, we're not going to charge them for that. The other thing is our interpretation of demand-based is something relative to somebody's business activity that they're deriving from the airport. And many of the other airports that have a demand-type fee, and the parking spot is very familiar with those. In some cases, they pay up to 10% of their gross revenue to the airport as a demand-based fee for access to the commercial ground transportation facilities that are being provided by those airports. In some cases, they pay a percentage fee and a dwell fee, depending on how long they park on the curb. So it's easy to kind of come in and say $6 is the highest, but I think you have to look at the different models that are in place for demand-based pricing.
Thank you very much. Councilman Williams, you had a question?
I just wondered, how does Phoenix compare to your other operations in volume?
In volume?
In volume.
I would say it's an average volume lot across our country. The larger volume lots are in LA. We have 2 big operations in LA. Houston, we have a large facility. But I would say in general, the size of each of those facilities is about average.
And do you have many competitors in LA?
We do. We have, just like we have here, we probably have, we really have 2 large competitors in LA, but smaller mom and pop locations too there. So it's a similar environment.
And do they have a similar structure?
I think the costs to run that airport are probably much greater than they are here. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but it's a very complicated airport. It's got 8 terminals and, lots of pick up and drop off.
I understand.
Yeah, so it's.
That's kind of apples and almost an orange.
Yeah,
but
and I'm actually a proponent. I'm glad you brought that up because I don't, when I go around to all these different cities and negotiate permits and fees with airports, it really comparing one to the other is very, very hard to do because they operate so differently. So really the right way to do it is to take that cost structure that we've talked so much about, really understand what it costs to operate this airport, and just make sure that the fees are fair and equitable across all users of it. And I just don't think we've had enough time to get there yet. And I think the result is just way too high.
Yeah, it's very interesting you say that because we have always heard that Sky Harbor is a low-cost operation when it compares to other national airports.
Yeah, it's run pretty efficiently, I think. I think you're right.
That's what I've always heard, and I've had other airports and airlines repeatedly have said that to me. So it's interesting listening to what's coming forth and testifying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Williams. Any additional? Councilman Warren, please.
Yes. How much does it cost to park for a day?
How much does it cost to park for a day?
How much do you charge for one space for one day?
Yeah, we have covered parking and we have uncovered parking. Our uncovered parking, I think, is $7.95 a day, but we usually have discounts off of that as well. And then our covered parking is $10 to $11, depending on what kind of covered parking you have.
After the airport, how much is the uncovered parking in the surface lots at Sky Harbor?
Mayor, Councilman Murring, our uncovered surface lot in our East Economy, for example, is $9, and our covered parking is $11.
So the price difference isn't that great, but I'm guessing.
One thing I'd point out is that typically most customers that leave our lot, I think our average ticket is about 17 or 18% discounted. Like the Southwest folks that are up here,
so it's
they
more
probably
like 5.
Yeah, that's on a net effective basis.
So there's a difference of maybe like $4 a day, but it really adds up for the people that Sal was talking about earlier, the fellows that were up here who were flying out 150 times or how many times they go.
And we'll give them a volume. Southwest Airlines, they're a big client of ours across the country. In fact, at Dallas Love Field, which is their headquarters, they get 50% off our face rate there. just because we like that volume of business.
And you said, you have, I'm guessing, like, me just traveling for myself. Now I've got kids, so I don't travel at all. But I used to fly a fair amount for, extra couple bucks. It's not going to matter. Just park at the airport, get in the shuttle. You're talking more, volume with the businesses and like the fellows that were up there who are flying out 150 times a year, 200 times a year. That's their job. The General Dynamics folks might be taking hops over to LA and back or something like that.
Right.
If you're going to add, even though it's only, so they stop at your spot, they take a trip to the airport and a trip back, and that total trip, I know it's not till 2019, but it's going to get to 2019, it's going to be $6, and then it's only going to go up from there. That fee is never going to go down. So they're adding $6 really for every time they park at your facility.
Yeah.
To have your competitor do that to you is really,
tough.
I understand your angst.
Yeah.
I don't want to, Councilman, I don't want to question your math, but I think maybe our staff has a different interpretation of the math equation on what was just presented. Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, it's a trip is what I think he's going to talk about, a trip. So
It would
if
be
that.
half that, I think. It would be,
Yeah.
Right, but it's $6 for a pickup, right?
Mayor, to Councilman Waring, our proposal in 2019 for the size vehicle that the parking spot uses would be $6 for that vehicle, whether for a pickup. It could be picking up one person or it could be picking up 15 people at the same trip, but it's $6.
Okay, so it's $6 for the vehicle with multiple people, so it's somewhat less, but it's still, when you consider it's only $5 or $6 to park at their spot, let's say the fellas are getting in late at night, if they're the sole passenger in the vehicle, or maybe they're sharing it, it's still, they have to get picked up to get back to their car at the parking spot. Very few people, I think, would take a taxi to the parking spot. I don't think that probably happens. It sounds like they use your, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but they probably call you or something and say, hey, I need to be picked up at Terminal 3. And then take me back to the parking spot. Is that how it works?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it works that way. So they are definitely, you're definitely raising the cost pretty appreciably. And if you assume it's 2 o'clock in the morning and there's only the one person who flew out at 2 o'clock in the morning the day before, you're adding $6 to their fee of $5 to park if they're doing a one-day turnaround, which I assume probably a lot of the Southwest folks would be doing. Maybe they take a couple-day trips or something, but I assume they come back here fairly quickly.
Right.
It sounds like that's a big chunk of your business. You really are raising the fees up to where now it's like, well, like they said, might as well go park at the airport. And I take some umbrage at doing that because you guys are competitors. Whether you see it that way or not, they certainly should see it that way. I would if I were in their shoes. Also, it's been suggested a couple different times. So we've got a letter from the local 556, the Southwest fellow who was up here. I think it specifically asks in the middle, if you guys all have the letter. I didn't see it until just now. When he handed us a copy, I think it talks about, strip out the fees. We got the hotels saying it sounds like the same thing. I want Uber and Lyft at the airport. I want to be able to vote for that. I think we should have had that long before now. I thought we were behind the times on that. But then you start adding in this fees, and you've got major business owners too, and the people who use them aren't all affluent and can just absorb this, and they are going to wind up absorbing it. Seems like we have an obvious choice here to send the fee situation back to the subcommittee and just get the competitors, which it sounds like everybody's okay with, more competition at the airport, but that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. The next speaker is David Warren. Mr. Warren, you provide testimony, followed by Jim Wilson.
I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is David Warren. My company is Blue Sky Airport Parking. I think what I can add, and I think a couple of people might have ceded a little bit of time to me, so I might go a little bit over the 2 minutes, but I think what I can add is kind of local flavor. You just have the largest off-airport parking operator in the country speak to you. I am born and raised here in Phoenix. I am as homegrown as it gets. I went to Orangewood Grade School, Washington High School, and ASU, and with a lot of hard work and kind of an average IQ, I built up a business. And 5 or 6 years ago, I built Blue Sky and opened it up. And it's a family-run business. My nephew John is our GM. My kids have worked there in the summer during college. My younger kids and I go there every single weekend and bring donuts to our employees who are like our family. And it's as real as it gets. We have 21,000 fans who like us on Facebook. That's for a parking lot. which is kind of crazy. That's one parking lot in one market. I'm pretty sure there's not another airport parking lot in the world that can say that. I'm saying that not to boast about Blue Sky. I'm saying that to kind of emphasize those are not just 21,000 fans on Facebook to a national company. Those are 21,000 people who live here in the Phoenix metro area. Those are 21,000 people who largely live in the city of Phoenix. Those are all passengers of Sky Harbor. And I'm saying that really to emphasize our partnership, in effect, relationship with Sky Harbor. We don't get those fans or likes to our Facebook page lightly. We get them through delivering great customer service to the Sky Harbor passengers. We love doing that. I mean, we wouldn't have that kind of fan base if we didn't love doing that. It comes across to everybody who comes into our lot. So, and we want to continue doing that. I can't say that strongly enough. I also can't say strongly enough, we can't survive this trip fee that's being proposed. A lot of you know that. I've tried to make that very clear in every way I know how. My business cannot sustain an 8,000% increase in its fees from the current level of $4,500 per year to approximately $375,000 per year. I can't absorb it. The parking business, contrary to myth, is not a cash cow business here in Phoenix. We have to stay in line with the market forces that are at work, which is largely set by the 21,000 spaces that the airport controls. Some of the lowest parking rates in the country. We have to kind of live within. That's our environment. And because of that, and because of the very high fixed costs associated with our business, we have a very, very low profit margin. There's just not a lot of excess cash flow to work with, and that takes it. So I'm here fighting for the survival of my business, a Phoenix-based business with 35 employees. I'm here representing my employees. This fee is catastrophic to my business, and I echo all of the other statements that have been made and make the same request about the trip fee portion of the proposal that it be taken out for further consideration. I am fully confident that absent any other issues kind of distracting this issue, we can come to an agreement with the airport with, you know, as long as everybody comes to the table with a sincere attitude of compromise and hard work, I think we can come to an agreement whereby we're paying a fair fee that doesn't put us out of business, and the airport's getting some fees rather than no fees by putting a business out of business. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Councilman, do you have a question? Councilman Pastor, I'm sorry, real quick, Councilman Pastor.
Go ahead.
Councilman DeCiccio, please.
I think you said it probably as well as anyone could have said it, anyone that's been up here so far, about what the impact it's going to have to your business. I cannot imagine any small business owner being able to absorb a $400,000 hit. But one of the things I keep going back and forth, is there a difference between pickups and drop-offs?
Well, yeah, and I should have addressed that too. So every loop, we do one circuit around. We leave Blue Sky, it's our home base at University in the 143. We take a trip around the airport, we drop off on one side, we pick up on the other side of the airport, and then we go back to our home base at Blue Sky. So every single trip we do is a pickup trip, with very few exceptions. We're going around the airport, we do a trip, we do a pickup on that trip, typically, or we stop at the curb and wait for people, and most times there's somebody there for us to take. So, you know, for us, you know, as it is right now, a pickup is also a trip. They're synonymous.
And because I've used this type of service before, other places, because I'm cheap and I don't want to spend a lot of money on parking. A lot of people can't afford to park on site because, especially those individuals that are stuck there, not stuck because that's their place of work. So one of the things I want to bring up though too, because I think that's important, and I was thinking about this during this debate in here with the pickup and drop off, this $6 fee then is essentially a fee regardless, because when you're dropping somebody off, you're picking somebody up at the same time, and that becomes a $6 charge.
It's a $6 per trip fee.
Making it the highest in the nation, at least the ones that we know of right now. So I just want to at least let the public understand that this whole debate about this pickup and drop-off, because it's been bothering me throughout this discussion here, what is it? Because I kept thinking, well, wait a second, every time I've been dropped off, they're always picking somebody up at the same time, and that becomes a fee.
I think one thing that kind of blurs the issue a little bit more, sometimes they'll refer to, this airport charges for pickups and drop-offs, when in reality, because we have operators who operate in those airports, and they know that in some airports, for instance, Boston would be an example, where it's a horseshoe, and they come in to one stop, and they open their doors, and they're dropping off and they're picking up at the same time. It's one stop. So it's a little bit, you have to be really aware of this stuff and the details when you say, well, they charge pickup and drop-off, because it's almost an implication, well, the trip fee is double, but that's not actually the case. But, these are all just further reasons where these issues are complicated. And it's impossible for anyone to do it justice in 6 minutes or even 30 minutes. These issues are complicated, but I'm confident that if everyone comes to the table with an attitude of compromise and hard work, we can come to an agreement on this. But we haven't been able to in this process with this enormous policy proposal that's everything's rolled up in it.
And finally, one of the things I'd like to bring up, though, to comment, question too, is that I don't think people realize, it's strange because when you're working around government, they don't understand what the impact of $1 is or $2. But when you're looking at the impact of a $400,000 tax imposed on one company that year, the impact of what that can have on any business and drive a small business out of business. And I just think that's, I love the staff, I think they're great, but until you work in the private sector, you don't know how detrimental government can be to your business.
Just to put it in context, that fee represents almost 50% of my net income. Any business owner will understand the impact of that.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
I have a question that I've been wanting to get out.
Councilman Pastor.
And it's regarding the $6 fee. My understanding, I keep hearing from everyone, my staff and other staff, that LAX charges, I believe, $275, $250 or $275.
Mayor,
250.
Councilwoman, yeah, it's 257
Okay.
currently.
What an odd number, but 257. Is that for 2 trips, 1 trip?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastora, it's a circuit fee, and I did speak personally to the ground transportation representative at LAX. They are proposing an increase to that fee to $3 effective either May or June of this year, and then effective January 1st, that fee will be $4 at LAX, and that's for a circuit regardless of pickup or drop-off.
So then, let me think, June, the fee will then become, it's a circuit fee, which I think circuit fee means 2 trips, entering and exiting, or it's just 1 fee?
Fantastic question, Councilwoman. So it is one loop. So
Okay,
whether
all right.
you go in, you go out, you pay 1 fee for that
Okay.
loop, regardless whether you're picking up or dropping off.
Okay, and it's $9.14. It'll be in June, July, whenever.
In July, the
Okay.
fee will go to $3 for that loop, and then they are proposing a fee in January of this coming year, January 2017, to bring that to $4.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions by my colleagues before I move forward?
If I could, my name's Sarah Fisher. I'm the Associate General Counsel for the Parking Spot, and we've been intimately involved in those conversations with LAX with regard to their potential increased fees. And it is currently $257. There is going to be a proposal. The parties have not come to a specific agreement, but it will be a $3 fee. The circuits that he's talking about, LAX is actually a drop-off on below, pick-up on above. So it's a dual system. So this kind of underscores Kevin's point about the differences in the operations in each airport. And so when they're talking about a circuit, it's actually just on one level that is just a pickup. This $3 proposed fee is actually dovetailing with a change in operations whereby pickups and drop-offs will all be happening on one level. So operationally, it will be a little bit different. Again, underscoring what Kevin had to say about, the comparisons between the airports. And if it's okay, the next speaker had actually ceded his time to me.
What's the name? Jim Wilson. Jim Wilson. Okay. One more time, if you could just introduce yourself.
Absolutely. My name's Sarah Fisher. I'm the Associate General Counsel with the Parking Spot. A lot of the comments that have been made already, I don't need to repeat. But I do want to, I think it warrants saying again, as Councilman DeCiccio and Councilman Waring have indicated, our industry is inherently different. We are competitors, and the airport is regulating us. So they are all rolled into one, competitor and regulator. Director Bennett talked a lot about this fee being reasonably related to some of the airport functions. He talked a lot about being financially self-sustaining. I've looked at those FAA regulations as well. There are also requirements in there that the airport provide access to the airport without unjust discrimination. So there's a lot of things that go into the fair and equitable nature of being able to access the airport on a reasonable and fair, equitable fee structure. I will also just note that with regard to demand-based fee reallocations, the airport has seen a study with regard to the best practices related to this. They posted it on their website. It was commissioned in response to the Airport Cooperative Research Program, which is funded by the FAA. It does specifically say that in passing fees like this, the airport should take into consideration things like an operator's ability to pass these types of fees on to their customers, and also absorb them into their costs of doing business. These are, as you've heard, these are both very difficult things to do in our situation, given our complicated relationship with the airport as a regulator and a competitor. They also, the airport will note that in that same report, it does talk about recognizing existing competition among ground transportation providers and the airport, and recognizing inherent differences between our industry as a ground transportation provider and others, fairly accommodating a policy and how that's meant to regulate different operators. A true cost recovery methodology would ensure that providers contribute equitably based on their direct use of airport facilities, and we are all for that, which is why we do request additional time to look into this fee structure. We agree the airport has done a commendable job of running a world-class airport, and we appreciate that for our customers' behalf. We have the same mutual goal there. The airport needs to have some flexibility to run the airport, but you city council members provide the appropriate check on their authority, and so we just respectfully request additional time to study this issue. Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams?
Do you have any idea for your clients how many passengers they take to the airport or pick up each year?
Well, I actually work for the parking spot. They're not just a client. I'm in-house counsel for the parking spot. But the question with regard to how many passengers we take to the airport between our two facilities, I'm going to have to defer that question to my regional vice president, who's here with me today. I can tell you that in our Phoenix, we have a loyalty program. If you park with us on a frequent basis, you can sign up for it. It's called the Spot Club. And in our Phoenix market alone, we have about 34,000 loyal customers.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question.
So on average, we'll have about 1,000 people on our lot, 1,000 cars on our lot, and the average ticket is somewhere around 3 days. So about 300 cars are circling in and out every day. 300 are coming and 300 are leaving.
Times 365?
Yep.
Okay.
And around the holidays and, spring break, it gets a little bit more busy than that, but, yep.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see, did Colin Bole already provide testimony? Is he here? He deferred his time?
Colin deferred his time.
Okay, excellent. How about Robin Bagby? Is Robin Bagby here? Did you provide testimony on this important item, followed by Jaron Miles?
Hi, I'm Robin Bagby. I completely understand that there's a demand to have Lyft and Uber at the airport, and I support that. What I don't understand is why Uber and Lyft don't make a choice on their app that says, for instance, UberX Airport. And then the drivers that are a part of that choice go to the airport, they get all the proper credentials, and they pick up at the airport. It seems to me that what we're doing here by changing the requirements at the airport is allowing Uber and Lyft to provide substandard service at the airport, which is unsafe, which is not up to the current standards that we have, and they're perfectly capable of making this change in their app so that they can follow the procedures that are currently in place. Some of the things that the proposed changes will affect are obviously without having commercial insurance, there's possible lapses in coverage, but in addition to that, there's other changes that you may not be aware of. The industry standard for most insurance companies to get commercial insurance is to be 26 years of age with a 2 years of experience in the industry. With Uber, you can be 21 and have no experience. Most insurance companies that provide commercial insurance ask you to have an interview process with your drivers and to take them on a road test. Uber and Lyft do not have that. These things are a financial commitment that drivers make to be able to pick up at the airport. It ensures a level of dedication and commitment and responsibility. In addition, by changing the background check, I'll just have a few more seconds.
Please.
By changing the background check requirements, you now have potential lapses. If somebody goes to Mexico and gets a DUI, that's not going to show up on a third-party background check. If they go to Mexico and they have a sex offender offense, that's not going to show up. These are lapses that we just should not.
Thank you.
We should not accept. So I don't think we should just blindly follow the state law with regard to Uber and Lyft and put our airport at risk. It's the gateway for the tourism industry in our state, and it's very important that we uphold those standards. Uber and Lyft can make changes to their app so that they can operate within that. And one last quick point.
Ma'am, it's been over 2 minutes, well over 2
Okay.
minutes. Yeah, we're running out of time. A lot of speakers still to go. Jaron Miles is the next speaker, followed by Burl Lane. If I called your name, please come to the front where the reserved seats are so you can be in the queue. Is Jaron Miles here? Okay, then Burl Lane is next, followed by Vince Burrows. You, Mr. Lane?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I was pleased to hear we've got another person in here that's a native. I went to Central High and the NAU. I'm here today on behalf of AAA Yellow Cab, who has had probably the longest standing relationship with the airport of any of your companies. We're supporting their proposal as it relates to the pickup fees. And you say, well, why are you doing that? Well, it's starting to balance the playing field for us a little bit. And by balancing the playing field, we're still going to provide the kind of service to the airport, such as our background checks are going to be there. Our drivers, we're going to keep that high level of background checks. Staff has told you that some of the companies should get a break because we've got the infrastructure. We have the ADA required cabs to take care of the handicapped individuals that come in as guests of our city. We are keeping our drivers accountable because at the airport they have notice of violation. We want to keep that in place. That's important for customer service. The airport has to have good customer service. We're going to keep our insurance in place because we're regulated by the state of Arizona, and we as a common carrier will do that. And we've made those assurances to this council and the airport for 30 years. And we're going to keep that in place. So we support the staff's recommendation that there be a fee-based pickup that will keep it somewhat of a level playing field for the taxi cabs, which according to the pie chart is paying a disproportionate amount of the cost. So thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Lane? Thank you very much for your testimony. Vince Burrows is next, followed by John Seacrest.
Hi, I'm Brian Vandehave, Vince Burrows, seated this time to me. I'm with the parking spot, and I just wanted to bring up 3 real quick points that haven't really been mentioned a lot. The parking spot itself has 70 employees here in Phoenix, and we have 34,000 loyal customers. The 70 employees, I think, are really important. They haven't been discussed at all. You know, we have to offer these people good jobs and keep them happy because they are what make our business go. That's the only thing that we have to really compete with the airport. And I just want everyone to keep in mind that our industry as a whole has over 200 jobs that I think we really got to keep our eye on. Just the parking spot itself pays over $450,000 in property taxes and occupancy lease fees to the municipal entities, the county and the city. We get taxed everywhere we look. So this new fee is big to us. And I would say the third point that I think this policy is really kind of turned upside down is we're a passenger aggregator. We can bring in as many as 14 car loads of people every time our bus comes into the airport to help reduce traffic. If the airport is focused on reducing traffic at Sky Harbor, which it has furthered as a policy goal, this proposal is an opposite to that policy. And I think those 3 points that haven't been brought up, I think really need to be discussed a little bit more. That's all I really had, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, John Seacrest, you here, followed by Mia Washington.
Mayor Stanton, members of the council, good afternoon. I'm John Seacrest, Regional Vice President for Super Shuttle and ExecuCar. As you know, back in October, the members of the Aviation Subcommittee asked the airport to do 2 things, and that was come to an agreement with the TNC so that they could operate here at Sky Harbor, and also concurrent with that is balance the fee structure so that the cost of doing business at the airport would be fair and equitable for all parties, including the new operators, the TNCs. I think they've done a commendable job of that. The fee structure that they're proposing is similar to what we see in all of our markets across the U.S. We operate in 24 major airports throughout the country. This fee structure is very comparable. The aviation team here is a bit ahead of their peers in that they're going to an entirely demand-based fee structure, although I can tell you in discussions with aviation executives throughout the U.S. that this is a trend that we'll be seeing more and more of because of the disruption caused by the new entrance of the TNCs operating at the airports. This is a fair proposal. It eliminates the situation where 2 service categories, shuttle and taxis, are paying 86% of the cost recovery efforts at the airport. One other thing I'd like to mention, I heard a comment earlier that this proposed fee structure may imperil tourism in the state. I disagree with that assertion. While this proposal may increase the cost of getting guests to some airports closer to the airport, it will likely drop the cost of guests getting to a much larger number of hotels that exist further away from the airport and do not provide courtesy service. So this fee structure brings the cost recovery efforts in line with what we're seeing in our other markets and will not put Phoenix at a disadvantage with regard to its impact on the travel and tourism industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seacrest. Any questions for Mr. Seacrest representing Super Shuttle? Thank you very much. Mia Washington, followed by Kevin Shiner. Okay, thank you. How about Mia Washington, are you here? Okay, the next speaker will be Bukhari Brock. Did you provide testimony? Good to see you.
Good evening. My name is Bukhari Brock, and I'm Senior Director of Business Operations and Head of Airports for Lyft. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff for allowing us to address this issue today. At Sky Harbor, we hope to build upon the experience gained by our nearly 40 airport partners. Since our initial meetings with airport staff last summer, we've reached mutually favorable agreements with over 25 airports, including LAX, Portland, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. Across the board, these agreements have led to increased revenue for airports, higher customer satisfaction, and enhanced options for passengers. We expect the same to occur here. Regarding safety, prospective drivers, much like these fantastic Lyft drivers here today, undergo rigorous background checks, in-person screenings, and vehicle inspections, combining real-time transparency and accountability features. After every ride, drivers rate their passengers and vice versa. This ensures constant accountability, and any concerns regarding drivers are addressed in real time while having access to a 24/7 critical response line. Additionally, passengers receive their driver's picture and license plate number before they enter the vehicle as a reliable verification of identity. One of our latest innovations enables passengers to give their friends or family their location via GPS in real time. With these innovations, Lyft has removed the anonymous aspects associated with for-hire transportation and has implemented a system that promotes a level of accountability that has never existed at this level before. A per-trip fee for Lyft rides is expected at every medium and large hub airport we do business with. We support the staff's recommendation, and we're committed to being fully operational in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brock. Any questions, Mr. Brock? Councilman DeCiccio?
More of a comment to you. Thank you for doing business in Phoenix, and that's for everybody that's here too. I don't think people thank you enough for doing that. The concern that we have up here, I think there are a few of us up here that have been pushing to make sure that the airport opened up to everybody, opened it up to competition. It's the fee that we're concerned about right now. That's what's occurring up here. So, I think it's fantastic. We're going to be opening up to new services. I think competition is fantastic. It's just what happens when you end up driving business out of business by charging so much in exorbitant fees, where small business owners end up getting taken advantage of. So I just want you to know what's occurring up here, that we are incredibly happy that you're doing this. I'm ecstatic that this is now going to be opened up. It's going to be a more competitive model, but it's the fees then. That's how you restrict business, and that's how you restrict trade, is when you tax it so high that it really lowers the fee, it lowers the competition and makes it much more difficult. That's how you do a restriction of trade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Brock? Or how about Sarah Fisher? You should write testimony? Oh, thank you. I apologize. How about Mr. Paisley? Did you already provide testimony? You're okay? You want to come forward? You're next. And then followed by David Faraji, followed by Gregory Verdon. And so if I called your name, please come forward again to these seats up front with the reserved signs so that we can get through the remaining speakers as reasonably quickly as possible.
The Mayor, council members, my name is Al Paisley. I'm the owner of Sky Harbor Airport Parking, have been for about 35 years. I have no problem with the fee schedule as long as it's fair. Based on what we've seen so far, and as you've heard, to take us from $4,400 a year to almost $400,000 a year is very, very difficult, even if you do it over 3 years. We are somewhat limited in what we can do. My family runs this company, my 2 daughters, my son-in-law, and myself. This really does jeopardize our financial future. And hopefully I haven't been doing this for 35 years to find out that whatever profit I was going to make in my old age, I have to pay to the city, because that is what this does. It turns this business basically into a very, very expensive hobby, because there's not any profit left based on the present policy as it sits right now. I believe there's a big difference between airport parking and the other people. In fact, the city of Phoenix believes that also, because for the last 30 years I've been paying our transaction privilege tax as commercial real estate, which is exactly what we are. We don't charge for ground transportation. We charge for a space about 20 feet by 9 feet. That we give free transportation. And since we feel it makes sense to separate us out and deal with us completely separate from the other people. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Any questions?
Questions by members of this council? Thank you very much. Mr. David Faraji, followed by Gregory Verdin, followed by Sonny Almodovar, excuse me.
Okay, you have my paper first.
Okay, I think the paperwork's being handed out, but you may provide testimony simultaneously in order to save time.
Okay, please. Good afternoon, Mayor Stanton and member of City Council. My name is David Faraji, owner, operator, limousine and town car driver under the DBA Shuttle Dan. I oppose the Grant Transportation Policy recommendation and increased trip fee based on pickups and intend to pick up for the following reason. Most of the information and calculation that in this data that we have, I think is not complete, or maybe some of them is not true. We need to reconsideration. My suggestion and my recommendation, first of all, look at my data sheet. This will go refer back to the data that the Grant Transportation they give to us. Very quick, I give one of the example. They get 2.6 million annual trip last year. If we go one trip, if we multiply this in $2.75, that will go more than you have in the data sheet that I prepared for you. And regarding of this is, let me bring it back. Yes, this data, the second page, they say if you go with their data, that if it's correct, that I'm sure it's correct, 2.6 million, if multi $2.75 will be $7 million and $150,000 for 2017. 2018, if we multi two per trip, will be $8 million. And again, with the same 6 million annual trip fee that they give to you, this information, if you multi, will be $10 million. Then it's 3,700,000, and with their data, this is your data that you're calculating. I hope you have a calculation, and we are opposed for that. This data is not correct.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Gregory Verdin is next, followed by Sonny Almodovar, followed by Amir Azin. Mr. Verdin?
Hi, I'm Gregory Verdin. I'm actually an Uber driver out at the airport.
All right.
I took advantage of the opportunity that Uber offers to start a small mom-and-pop operation. Both me and my wife operate out there. I made the commitment to buy $9,000 worth of insurance, submit to the background checks, and do everything the right way to have the privilege of serving the people at the airport. We would like to see the security background check, known as option 1, remain the standard for everybody who operates at the airport. And there's good reasons for that. At the Aviation Advisory Board meeting, the ground transportation spokesman said that option 3 is considered the industry standard for TNCs. Excuse me. They also stated that Sky Harbor's current protocol, option 1, would be considered the gold standard because Sky Harbor has more access to more thorough terrorist and other databases than the TNC security check system does. When board members expressed concern about any increased danger to passengers due to lowering the security standards, the ground transportation spokesman said that they are mitigating any increased danger to the passengers at Sky Harbor by moving the TNCs further down the curb away from the terminal doors. I wouldn't want increased danger anywhere at the airport, even if it is a bit further from the terminal doors. Not only that, but that's where me and my wife are going to be sitting. Since the option 1 background check would be available at no cost to the drivers and at no cost to the TNCs, it is included in the trip charge. There seems to be no good reason to drop the standards for only the TNCs. I think every other person riding out at the airport is more than happy to stick with the fingerprint background checks. As an Uber driver, I certainly don't have any problem with it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions, Mr. Verdon? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming down. Mr. Sunny Almodovar, followed by Amir Azin, followed by Stephanie Sizap.
My name is John Walsh. Sonny Almodovar gave his time to me.
Please, go ahead.
Mayor Stanton and City Council members, my name is John Walsh. I'm the Vice President of Pre-Flight Parking. Pre-Flight owns and operates a facility on 44th Street that's been around for 25 years, and we employ 40 residents. First, I want to say ditto to everything my fellow off-airport companies said, and I'll try my best not to repeat what they've said. Pre-flight does agree that we should pay some sort of fee. We also agree that a trip fee is a good standard to pay. Our opposition is to the $6 amount. We have 8 locations around the nation. The $6 fee will be the highest, or would be the highest, that we will pay anywhere. An example is we're at Boston Logan. The fee there is $3.50 per trip. It's one continuous loop, so every time we go through, we pay that. They give us a 50% discount for CNG vehicles, and we pay $140,000 a year. The proposed fee would have us paying about $400,000 a year. As you can see, that's very high in comparison to what we've paid everywhere else. It was mentioned that some airports charge a % of revenue as a fee. That is true. So I calculated what we would pay, the $400,000, and how that compares to our 2015 revenue, and that's 18%. So this would equate an 18% tax. I don't think any of us really want to put through something that equals an 18% tax. Everything else I have on here has already been said, so in the interest of time, the employees and customers of Pre-Flight ask that you separate the fee structure out so this can be negotiated further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Azin, Amir Azin, followed by Stephanie Sizap, followed by Guido Heyman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, as member of council. Special thanks to District 6 Councilor DeCiccio or DeCiccio for asking the right questions for these proposals. I'm not going to get too emotional, and we're not going to cry about we're not going to make money. We're going to just focus on the proposal. And the proposal talks about SkyTrain, cost of a SkyTrain, and they think the SkyTrain is in the benefit of the prearrange or taxi or super shuttle, which is not. People go to SkyTrain station, do UberX. The UberX driver comes there that they don't pay their airport permits. The airport staff proposed that SkyTrain is in our advantage, which is not, because it gives us more space on the curb. There's plenty of space on the curb. 10% of the $10 million that they're talking about, which is out of $9 million expense of the SkyTrain, comes to $900,000. That comes out of the $3.7 million shortage that they're talking about, will put us down to 2.8. So now we're talking about cell phone lot. There is a itemized line in that balance sheet. They call it P&L. It's not a P&L, it's a balance sheet. And that comes from cell phone lot. We do not get any advantage of the cell phone lot cost as a prearranged, Uber, Lyft, rental car shuttles, none of us, none of the commercial drivers. That got to be out of the cost. Dispatching costs, they're trying to push that to every commercial drivers, which the only companies that they get advantage of that is the taxi companies. So let them handle that cost, push the cost to the taxi companies. That got to be out of the itemized line of the balance sheet. With that being said, we're down to maybe $1.2 million. So with $1.2 million, if we go even increase the airport stickers from $100 to $120, that will cover the cost. We do not need $4, $6, $12 per run. As Mr. Faji said earlier, if you add 2.6 million trips, multiply that by $3 average, which is the average rate between the first year and the second year, that would come to $8,125,000. That's 3 times almost, or 2.7 times more than the shortage of the airport needs. This proposal should not be approved. It's lousy. It's not being calculated properly. It's not being studied properly. And it's just passing the cost to small businesses and putting us out of business for an enterprise. If you have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Any questions?
Well, I do.
Councilman DeCiccio, please ask any questions you have.
So we included the cost of SkyTrain in this? I mean,
10%. It says including 10% of the cost of a SkyTrain is in that $10 million proposal, according to airport's presentation.
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio, there is a component of SkyTrain that was represented in the slide presentation, I believe, or there is a small component, about 800,000 of the SkyTrain that is in the commercial ground transportation. The reason for that is, as you may recall, when Phase 1A opened to Terminal 3, then the airport was able to eliminate all of its inter-terminal shuttle buses, as well as other shuttle buses that were bringing passengers in from parking lots. So we freed up an enormous amount of curb space at the terminal buildings so that other commercial providers could access the terminal buildings, because we were no longer having to utilize that space with shuttle buses moving people back and forth. So it's directly related to ground transportation.
well, I'm still lost on that part. I mean, you would normally do that just because that's what a business would do. I mean, but so you're going to be charging them for something that you would normally do, and how does that work?
Councilman DeCiccio,
Real quick,
there's
sir,
plenty of room.
Sir,
There's plenty of
the
room.
question was really for Mr. Bennett, and I think he answered the question, but if you'd like to answer it again, you may, please.
It's just, what it appears at least is that you're basically throwing as many costs as you can in here. I mean, when we talk about cost recovery, you can do cost recovery if you're a business owner and because you have the pressures of how far if you raise your fees. When you're a monopoly, the whole idea of cost recovery just basically doesn't do anything to help. You don't do anything to really stop and contain your costs. What you do is you say, oh, I guess it's going to cost us another $5 this year, so let's raise it another $5. That's the problem when you're dealing with monopolies. You cannot talk cost containment or cost recovery. You can't do that. It doesn't work with monopolies, and that's what the city of Phoenix is here. So the idea of throwing that in, so why now the cell phone lot? Why was that in there? I mean, these guys don't use that at all.
And Mayor and Councilman DeCiccio, specific to the cell phone lot, that was a part of the total $35 million. But if you look at the allocation charts, you'll see, or if they were to look at the allocation charts, they would see that 0% was allocated of the cell phone lot to the commercial ground transportation fees. So they are not paying for those.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Azim. Next speaker is Stephanie Sizap. I hope I got that correctly. Good to see you. Followed by Guido Heyman, followed by Brian Batty, I believe. Good to see you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Chop, and I'm here with Onyx Express Limousines. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for your time and the opportunity. I'm here to give my 2 cents about the fee. And what I have to say is that I don't think that it's a good proposal. We, as a limousine company, we do not generate traffic for the airport. We're just an added service. That we are here as a partner to the airport to service the citizens of Phoenix and provide a positive experience. When the passengers are buying their airline tickets, the fee that is in there to cover these kinds of expenses. The second topic is the security and FBI background check. Technology is moving us forward at a rapid pace, but we must remain prudent in guarding our safety and security. We welcome technology to our industry, but we would like to do it by maintaining the standards that we always have at our wonderful airport. I think we serve as a beautiful gateway to all of our visitors and our residents, and would like to ask that you consider the highest security check for all of the TNCs. And as the previous Uber member spoke, if you've got nothing to hide, do the background check and make us all feel good and safe in our homes and in our workplaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Guido Heyman, good to see you. Thanks for your testimony in advance, followed by Brian Vandy, followed by Ms. Barb Meany. Please, Mr. Heyman.
Sorry about getting here late. I was actually
You're right on time. You made it.
returning a set of keys to a rider that had left him in my vehicle.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm not speaking on behalf of, I happen to be an Uber driver. I'm not speaking on behalf of Uber. Ditto on the background check. If you have nothing to hide, there's no problem with getting fingerprinted. Also, the $400 fee that you would charge an independent to be permitted by the city. I think any Uber driver that wants the privilege of picking up at the airport would be more than happy to pay the $400. I know I would myself, okay? Where I get nailed is actually has nothing to do with the city of Phoenix, but with the commercial insurance, and that's the insurance companies. I've been working for Uber since July. I've got probably 2,000 rides. So I've spoken to a lot of riders, both out of town and in town. And to a T, the conversation always gets to, why aren't you guys allowed to pick up at the airport? You know, they cannot understand that. I feel bad for all the independent cab company, cab drivers and all the cab companies. I understand, but, this is a competitive situation. And what I hear from riders is that they're tired of paying the exorbitant fees to cab drivers, and that's why they're happy for Uber. In fact, I can show you this on my phone. One of the comments one of my rides made was, "Thank you so much for the ride. My brother would not have had a ride to the airport without Uber." It's becoming a preferred choice of transportation, and I feel bad that, what we're doing to the cab companies, but, Uber's got a model out there. They found a more economical way of doing it, or...
Thank you for your testimony. For the record, I think most of the cab companies were here in favor of the proposal, but I appreciate your sentiment. How about Brian Vandy? Vandy, is that correct? Oh, I spoke. Okay, how about Barb Meany? Not to speak, okay. I have one group of cards here, looking like maybe willing to share time. Yosi?
Yes.
Oh.
It's just me. I thought my yellow slip got lost, but...
Yes. Same last name that I mispronounced
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah. This was my wife.
Ah, all right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. I'm the owner of Onyx Express Limousine, operated in Phoenix Airport for many, many years.
Excellent.
More than 14 years. And my concern tonight is the safety of the citizen of Phoenix and our guests. I would like to explain to the citizen that what we need to do today at the airport to be legal operator is these things. First of all, we need to have an Arizona driver license. We need to prove that we are citizen or legal residents here. Then we need to go with a fingerprint that recorded by the FBI and get this card that need to be on us all the time at the airport and renew every 2 years. Then we need to have every year a physical test. Then we need to have a defensive class test every 2 years, renew. Then we need to have weight and measure sticker for every car. Then we need to get a placard for driver to operate at the airport. Till now, we paid $1 million of insurance, commercial insurance for our cars that now going to be required by the airport to go down to $250,000. We need to have every quarter on every one of our car a test and an airport sticker quarterly. to have an AVI sticker on our cars. If we want to go and meet our customer inside, we need to have a specific for our customer, a permit for every time we're going inside the airport. The new proposal for the airport with the TNC companies is to avoid all this stuff. They just need to come to the curb with their Toyota Prius that they have from home and show maybe to the Oscar at the curb that they have an order to pick up Mr. Smith, and that's about it. That's what they need to do. This is insane. I don't understand if I'm dreaming or if it's reality. But if council member and the mayor, if you are concerned about the safety and security of our citizen, we absolutely do not want to come and see again and again, I forgot this. Anyway, what's happening here with Uber and Lyft, there is a website that is called mydriver.org, and there is 10 pages of insult, sexual insult, shooting, criminal, and all those kind of stuff that Uber and Lyft deny any obligation for that. What's happening right now with the new rules of the airport going to be, the GPS of Uber going to be controlled by Uber, not by the airport. So if an incident like what's happened in San Bernardino going to happen, the airport going to need to have a subpoena to get the record from Uber about who was the driver of the car. Right now, the airport knows everything about the drivers that operated the airport. So, council member, I know that our governor lobbyist and pushing for these things to go on. But if, God forbid, something going to happen, you know who's going to need to get the report if it's going to be voted yes. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, and I believe Michael Bedore had donated time. How about Angela Deligens? Are you here to provide testimony? Please come forward. And I don't know if others had donated time to you or not. It's clipped together. It's confusing. All right. Angela Deligens, followed by D. Heather Ford. Did you provide testimony? Please come forward, followed by Bon Idziak. Please come forward, followed by Steve Thompson. Ma'am, please.
Hi, my name's Angela Deligens. I'm here on behalf of Uber. I'm an Uber partner, and I'm just going to keep this short and sweet since it's been said. But I've done over 2,200 trips with Uber and never had a single issue. Uber is safe and smooth and easy and a positive experience for everyone. And I repeatedly take people to the airport, and they always don't understand why we can't pick them back up. And I just think it's an easy choice that people want Uber, and it makes sense to give the people what they want.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman, you had a question or comment?
Yeah,
Ma'am, please come back. Councilwoman Williams had a quick question for you.
Hi.
If you've made that many trips out there, did you even consider following the current policy and getting fingerprinted and then you could pick people up?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you ever consider going in, registering, getting fingerprinted, and following the current policy so you could have picked people up?
No, I have never thought about doing that. I do the night shift. I do 10 at night till 6 in the morning, so I don't run into that many airport trips. But starting about 3 in the morning, 4, 5, 6 in the morning, people's family members aren't around, they're not up, they need trips to the airport. And so I take them to the airport, but the whole time they're complaining that they can't get picked up, or they've got picked up in Denver and Portland and Boise, and they don't understand why they can't get picked up here. So no, I'm not strictly for the airport. I more do like hospitality, tourism, entertainment, even counseling people in the middle of the night. So I don't do as many airport runs, but starting about 3:30 in the morning, there's hardly any cars on the road. So I always stay logged in because there's a need to get to the airport, and these people miss their flights or business trips or funerals, kids' graduations, all sort of things if they don't have rides to the airport.
So you go mostly to the airport?
Yeah,
You've
I only
never
go to the
considered
airport.
Pick up because you don't have that many
No,
customers?
but they always ask me why they can't be picked up from the airport.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Heather Ford, followed by Bon Idziak.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dawn Heather Ford.
I've been driving for Uber since August. However, my husband has been driving coming up this April for 2 years, and he also is a TSA employee, so he's at the airport daily. On many occasions, he is able to take people to the airport on his way into work at 2 o'clock in the morning, but he's not able to pick them up on his way home, which would make for a very easy way for him to, get a couple extra fares. Uber has been a blessing to us. It's a way that we've been able to cash flow our children's 529 accounts for college, in addition to our regular 40-hour-a-week jobs. It is a very safe position for us, and it's a very wonderful opportunity to be able to do, and I'm one of those overnight drivers, just like she was. And I 2 nights ago took 2 Southwest Airlines pilots from their hotels they were placed in for the evening to the ready room in the morning to make their early flights out, as well as 2 passengers. And they both questioned me, why can't we get the Uber to take us from the airport to our sleep destination? And I told them at this point, we can't do it, but we're working on it. So I really appreciate your help in that, and I appreciate your position in holding this event this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bon Idziak, followed by Steve Thompson.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Bon Idziak. I'm the head of compliance for Checker. We are Uber's background check company. Also, thank you to staff for giving us an opportunity to speak to you before this meeting about our background check process. Just to clear up some of the confusion about background screening in the private sector and how it's done, there are 3 main components to the work that we do. The first piece is ID validation. We check the identification using an individual's social security number, also their driver's license information. That leads us to the next piece, which is discovery. The discovery piece of our investigation includes address locators and national criminal aggregate databases of information. Those represent information that come from the arresting agency repositories, criminal court repositories at the state and county level, Department of Corrections data, as well as sex offender registries. We use that information to determine the basis for our investigation. That leads us to the direct jurisdictions that my colleague earlier spoke of that provide us with direct court access to criminal record information in the repositories where the court information resides. This is important because it provides us with accurate and timely information. That accurate and timely information is then used by Uber to make a decision about whether or not a potential driver partner poses risk. These services that we provide to Uber, these screenings that we perform on Uber drivers, have also been done by my company in the past for airport catering, aircraft mechanics, in-flight services, flight attendants, many other services that are provided on airport property. There seems to be a concern over the amount of safety and security that goes into the checks that we do, but it's important to also understand that these checks are also done for other airport employees. Finally, in addition to the sex offender searches and the criminal background checks, we also check what are called global terrorist watch lists. Those include a variety of data sources, including FBI terrorists, most wanted, America's most wanted, UN Security Council sanctions, Federal Reserve enforcement actions. I could go on and on and on. Thank you.
I appreciate your testimony. We only have a few more speakers, and it's late, and we're hoping to get a motion and a vote of this council. Steve Thompson.
Mayor, can I ask a real quick?
Yeah, of course. Councilwoman, please.
Do you require, we'll just take Arizona driver's license?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
By state, do you require that state's driver's license
We do,
and
yes.
information?
We do, yes.
So anybody in here has to have a legitimate Arizona license?
That would be correct.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Steve Thompson. Thank you for having me today. I'm the general manager for Uber Operations of Arizona, based here in Phoenix. Really just want to extend a very special thank you to staff. We've been working with them for a number of months now, dozens of meetings to really understand each other's businesses, each other's concerns, and we really appreciate where this proposal has come and are in full support of the proposal in front of us today to enable TNC operations at Phoenix Sky Harbor. And kind of talking about the visitor aspect, why it's important to open up Sky Harbor for TNC operations is we sent out a petition for anyone that actually opened up their app at Phoenix Sky Harbor and received over 23,000 signatures from individuals that have opened up the app at Phoenix Sky Harbor but might not have been able to get a ride. In addition, there's over 40 different airports that have agreements in place that reflect the options that are available inside of this agreement that has been put forth by ground transportation staff. And again, we are one of the last airports, of 15 largest airports in the country that don't have TNC operations fully available here. And so we appreciate all the hard work the staff has done to bring us to this point, and look forward to supporting however we can. I'll keep it short, Mayor, and happy to answer any questions that staff or anyone else might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? All right. How about, thank you very much, Mr. John Collison? Okay. All right. Is there any additional comments? Anybody in the public? Any cards that I miss? Anybody wish to provide testimony for this city council? All right. Okay. All right. I'll now turn it over to Councilwoman Gallego to see if you have a motion.
Move approval of staff's recommendation. Councilwoman Williams seconded.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Mayor, I want to make a, pardon me.
I'm sorry, I have a substitute motion.
Okay, first, Councilwoman Williams, did you have
I was just going to make a comment on why I second the motion, because I feel very strongly that this needs to be a fair operation, and we need to spread it amongst all the players. And by these new operators coming in, that really exposed how taxis and super shuttles were paying more than their share all along, in my opinion. I just think it is extremely fair to change this, but I also understand some of these individual owners. They built their business on a model that was subsidized without them being aware of it. So I understand that you need to continue to work with them, I think, along the way and cut them some slack, but I think it's extremely important that we get this implemented so that there is fairness out there and your problems are all addressed in all areas that it's needed. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, councilors. We have a motion on the table. We have a second. I would like to offer a substitute motion to the motion. I didn't recognize you. I'm going to make the substitute motion. You jumped in. I apologize. I thought you had something to add. I was asking for Councilwoman Williams for her comment as to why she had seconded the motion. An issue that didn't get a lot of attention here tonight, but I personally believe is critically important, is the issue of making sure that as these ride-sharing companies provide this service at Sky Harbor Airport, assuming we have a positive vote today, is that they provide service to everyone, including and especially people who happen to have disabilities, particularly people who may be living in wheelchairs. I've talked to representatives of both Uber and Lyft about this on numerous occasions. I know that the current proposal, I think it was included in the recommendation, was that it be limited to a, quote, reasonable period of time, that a wheelchair accessible vehicle be provided if someone is seeking this service. I believe we should take it even a step further. I believe that we should indicate that the ADA component of this policy, that we actually provide a definition of a timely matter, and that our ride-sharing services, again, if approved by this council, have to provide within 30 minutes service of people with disabilities, including people with wheelchairs, from Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, unless there are some exigent circumstances. In addition, I do believe this fee issue has brought up a lot of issues here today. This council is always open-minded, willing to listen, and I do believe that there should be a yearly review of the fee system. Again, if this is passed here today, we ought to bring it back before the Downtown Aviation Subcommittee on at least an annual basis for a review of that fees, so that staff can report and we can hear from all of the affected entities that are providing testimony here today. I'm guessing they'll stay actively involved. So those are my two elements of a substitute motion, is that we define reasonable service for people with disabilities as no more than 30 minutes unless exigent circumstances, and to require a yearly review of the fees during the phasing period by our Downtown Aviation Subcommittee. You have a second on that substitute motion. We have a second on that substitute motion. Now we'll take any testimony or any comments by members of this council on the substitute motion. Obviously includes most of the information or most of the elements of the original motion with those additional elements substituted. Comments by members of this council?
Oh, Mayor?
Please, Councilman.
A good tactical move on your part. You could have made that as a friendly motion, but that's fine. Because I think there are some of us up here that would like to have had separated these two items, take the fee out, allow us to approve the expanded services at the airport. This is what happens when you get involved in politics. It's unfortunate you guys had to witness this, but it is what it is. But unfortunately, I would just want to let you know, I am a strong supporter of opening this up to the airport. I think it's important that we allow competition, but it be treated fairly. You have the same rules across the board for everybody. You don't have separate rules because that's what a true competitive model has. What you saw today was literally, and what you're seeing today is you're seeing a entity that is a competitor in the marketplace impose its will and a regulatory burden on others. That's what you're seeing here today. And the individuals that are going to be paying that, as it always is, are the people at the bottom, the people that can least afford it, the average person on the street that has difficulty paying their bills and having to do work at the airport, whether it's their flight attendants, you name it, the people that work there, that use these off-site services, that use the services, that are just trying to find a good way to get to the airport, get to their work, and government comes in and literally says, well, wait a second. Well, they're paying less than we are because they were able to be creative, so they're off-site. That's what you're seeing today. This whole idea of this cost recovery model is just BS. It's just BS. Because in a true world, cost recovery works when you have true competition and when you have a situation where you just can't raise your fees in order to cover those costs. That doesn't happen here at the City of Phoenix. What you've seen here at the City of Phoenix is just one of many things that have been going on in the last year or so. This imposition of these taxes, these fees, driving small businesses, owners out of business. When you get into a situation where one business owner is going to end up paying a $400,000 tax, because that's what it is. It is a tax. And you can literally say it's a service. It is not a service. We're not providing them anything. This is just a drop-off. Any different than, and I keep going back to this, to like a Burger King or any other small business owner, because the small business owner couldn't do that. If they were in monopoly, they probably could. I mean, we couldn't even answer the question of whether or not we felt that these off-site parking entities were competitors. Now think about that. The government that you have, that you're supposed to be the boss of, literally cannot answer that simple question. Well, they can answer it because the answer was competition. They are competitors. Sorry, I like you guys, but I mean that should have been an easy question to answer. If we can't get the easy questions answered, it makes it even more difficult. I do question the finances on this. I do trust the numbers coming from the Valley Tourism Association. They've never been wrong in the past. I don't think it would have been hard and difficult for this city to say, hey, let's go take a look and let's compare these numbers. That's not happening today. I've got my notes here, and not only did I have a difficult time speaking English, I think it is, but I had a difficult time writing English because I'm having a hard time reading some of my notes, so I want to make sure I don't forget any of this stuff. One of the things that one of the individuals pointed out earlier, too, was that this is a David and Goliath, and now you've seen what the face of Goliath is. It's supposed to be your face, but it's not. It's the face of an ugly ogre at times. Let's see, if you just bear with me. Competition, we talked about this, competition raising fees. Oh yeah, this whole idea that individuals are being subsidized. I mean, really? Really? That is the biggest bunch of crock I've ever heard. You're not subsidizing anyone. The bottom line is the airport makes its monies primarily from the passenger fees that when people land, all you're doing is picking up and driving. If you think about it, the same individuals that are supporting this are the same ones that are out there supporting this carbon footprint tax, saying, hey, look, we got to be careful with the carbon footprint. But if you think about it, this ends up driving people, more and more people are going to end up driving themselves. Okay, they're going to have family members once you start raising the fee. What does that do to this so-called carbon footprint? It raises that, right? So at the end of the day, you want to encourage people to be able to carpool. They should be able to park off-site and at reasonably less, whatever the costs are going to be, that's the competitive market, and then be able to carpool in. So what this eventually will end up doing is having more people drive themselves or having their family members drive in. I don't know if there's much else I can cover. I'm disappointed that you weren't able to separate this cost, even delay it for a little bit. But that's what happens when government wants to push its will onto the common man. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be opposing both measures. I do support the fact that we ought to be doing, making sure that the disabled are taken care of, and making sure that we open up this to a free market. But this is not what it is. When you overly tax individuals, you don't create a free market. It's not a free and open market at that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Gallego?
Thank you. It's a big day in Phoenix. Uber and Lyft and other ride-sharing companies are coming to the airport. Thank you to our partners who made this happen. A lot of long meetings. Taxi rates have the potential to go down, as well as shared ride van service costs going down. Our smallest entrepreneurs have the chance to win today, and that is both drivers for ride-sharing companies, but I think this also opens up a new process for taxis. And so I have a question for staff. When we rebid the taxi process, my understanding is that this will allow us to open it up to owner-operators so that some of the taxi contracts can go to individuals who own one taxi and drive themselves.
Mayor and Councilwoman Gallego, in fact, we are planning to bring a process to the Downtown Aviation Redevelopment Subcommittee in the coming months, and our proposal, based on feedback from the industry, is to do exactly that we would offer an opportunity, 100% owner-operator, where individual owners and operators could participate in that opportunity.
A lot of little entrepreneurs will have the opportunity to come into the airport, hopefully grow into bigger companies, but these are hardworking individuals. Many of them have come to our community from other countries and are working hard to create a great future for themselves and live the American dream. So I think it's wonderful that we're being welcoming in that way. I also want to applaud the mayor for his leadership on serving individuals with disabilities. We have regularly won accolades as being one of the most accessible cities in the country. I understand we still have a long way to go and there's much more work to be done, but this is an important step forward, and coupled with a variety of other decisions we'll be making this week, including tomorrow we have on our council agenda creating a new light rail stop for Ability 360, which also serves people with disabilities. So really a strong commitment led by Mayor Stanton on this particular issue. The reason we win those awards is because we really do try to take into account all of our residents who are coming to the airport, and that includes people who are coming through very green transportation, so people who are concerned about their carbon footprint have a great light rail system that they can take to come to the airport, along with many other sustainable transportation choices. There are a lot of options to get to the airport. What I have heard from people is they want more options. This is not the final vote today. We're going to continue to work on this, and the mayor has stated, and I share his commitment, that we're going to keep looking at how to do this better, look at more options going forward so that we can continue to improve and create the best airport we can. We have a fabulous airport, and we have to keep innovating. Rideshare is a disruptive technology, and it means we have to look at all of the other operations when we make it move forward, so it cannot be done on its own. I think, no one likes to raise fees, and it's very hard, and it's very real impacts on small businesses, so we need to keep looking at what we can do in that area. But we also need to realize as elected officials, it's not responsible to say, well, we don't want to charge anyone for this. I would love it if a billionaire would come down and subsidize our airport, but that's not realistic. The money has to come from somewhere. And the airport has a lot of other responsibilities to the community, including mitigating noise, including rebuilding in areas around the airport where we currently own a lot of vacant land. I said at the beginning of this meeting that one of my priorities is reactivating vacant land owned by the city. And I want to be able to make sure the airport has money to keep those commitments as well. So if we're subsidizing transportation to the tune of millions of dollars, that has a cost elsewhere, and we have to take that into account. It would be fabulous if we could do this without costs to anyone, but it's just not realistic. And so I feel, as an elected official, if I'm going to say I want to bring in new options to the airport, that I either have to propose an alternative solution or move forward on this particular solution. So it would be wonderful if people have alternatives. This is a new issue for many people in our community, but for those of us on the Phoenix City Council, we have been debating this for months and months and months, and we have had plenty of time to come up with alternative fee structures. So while imperfect, I do intend to vote in support of the proposal here today.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Waring?
I appreciate it. I would frankly love to vote to bring Uber and Lyft to the airport. I fully support them. Their representatives know this. We've had quite a few discussions about this. Frankly, it's an embarrassment that they haven't been at the airport long before now. I never really got an explanation of why that was the case. Where they were in lots of other airports all around the country. I guess the amusing thing about this is we talk about the knowledge economy. We're going to do things differently, and this is the path to the future. Only in the city of Phoenix would the path to the future be impossible without a large tax increase. So it's just something I've noticed in the 4.5 years on this council. This is the same airport who spent $11,000 on coasters for trinket bags, for people flying in for some conference a couple of years ago. A lot of this was before your time, certainly, Jim. A lot of it, frankly, was before some of the members of this council were here. I remember building airport parking. It was one of the first votes that I had for the employees, and we were going to spend $4.9 million for spaces, or for a piece of property to build spaces. I think it was for employees, when it had been purchased by the people who were selling it to us for $1.5 million 10 months earlier. Now, I think 4 of you weren't here for that. But wow, that was quite an eye-opener for me in my first couple weeks on the council, and several of you have heard me talk about this at various events. It was shocking. The reaction was, well, this isn't really taxpayer money. It's not general fund money. Why do you care? Because my constituents fly. And so now my constituents are going to wind up paying more for the privilege of parking at the parking spot and Blue Sky and the rest of these places, and that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Compounding the fact, though, I will tell you, and I talked about it before, you guys seem to know a lot about what's going on at parking spots you don't own, but you didn't seem to know a lot about what the FAA was doing a year ago. And I still get the calls from my constituents. They are an almost daily occurrence, and I can't tell you how irritating that is. So there's one in particular that I'm thinking of. People call and complain and say my questions are snotty or mean-spirited or whatever. But when I get those calls, I think about how badly handled that was by the city of Phoenix, how embarrassed we all were that none of us knew that this was going to happen. So it's great that we seem to have really gamed this all out. When we get a very credible group, when I get somebody like Kim Sabo getting up and saying, this is wrong, this is bad for the second biggest industry in Arizona, an almost $21 billion industry. We talk about all the great things that Downtown Phoenix Partnership brought the Super Bowl here. Well, okay. What do those resorts do? I'm glad we got good weather in those resorts and golf courses and so forth. And now they at least seem to interpret this, rightly or wrongly. I'm not saying just because they're big or they've got credibility that they're always right, but I would say the airport's credibility has been damaged over the last few years, certainly with me. But I will say this, to just completely discount them and say we're not going to listen. Councilman DeCiccio brought up points about people who are parking at the who are the people who are parking here. We heard from the Southwest folks. This is actually going to ding them up pretty good. We're apparently going to dismiss this and go forward. So I think I am being responsible by hearing the words of those people. We heard from the business owners, the people who employ, I guess, 200 people, according to their count, at around the airport. You know, we have a chance to do it right. They clearly don't feel like we're doing it right. They expressed a willingness to pay fees. They're not saying no fees. So again, you know, that's 3 pretty big groups. That's a coalition that I'm sure cuts across party lines and socioeconomic status and so forth. So that's very concerning. And our track record recently, just look at that Roosevelt Row issue that we talked about earlier in this meeting. Our track record on giving this council the absolute facts isn't necessarily the best recently. We've had quite a few episodes here in the last year or so. Matthew Whitaker comes to mind. I could go on. And so there is no way that I'm staking my vote and my credibility that the hotel guys are right or wrong and you guys are right. I can't do that. So I'm going to vote no. It pains me to vote against Uber and Lyft. You guys know how I feel about this, or at least not every member of the audience, but those who are representing Uber and Lyft understand. You guys put me in a box with this vote, and that's fine. I'll own that. But there is no way I'm going to put my credibility on the line with some of the stuff that's gone on recently. And I just can't wait to have the legal discussion about the Satanists tomorrow. So that'll be fun too. I'll try not to repeat these. I'll give some different examples, Sal, about the screw-ups we've had in the last year tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank you, Councilman Waring. Any other comments by members of this council? Anyone else? Councilman Gates, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo the comments made by others. I'm supportive of Uber and Lyft having the opportunity to pick up at the airport, and I think we had really good discussions that took place between staff and Uber and Lyft. I am disappointed, though, with the result, clearly by the extensive disagreement and lack of support from the parking companies, from Kim Sabo and her organization. There seemed to be no willingness to meet in the middle. I thought it was a very reasonable request for the fee portion to go back for further study. To me, that is the Phoenix way. That's the way we normally handle things. I'm very disappointed that we were not allowed to pursue the Phoenix way, and that was deliberately done tonight, and that's fine. Certainly there was nothing here that was inappropriate under Robert's Rules of Order, but I think it was not consistent with the Phoenix way. The folks who came up here from the parking companies said they were willing to pay something. There's been suggestions made here that they weren't willing to pay anything at all. That's simply not true. But unfortunately, that discussion's not going to take place, and I think what happened here this evening is not business friendly, and it's not sending the right message to the community. That's unfortunate, and it pains me, like my colleagues, to vote against Uber and Lyft being able to pick up at the airport, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that we've had multiple issues glommed into one motion, and so that's why, I will be voting against it, because I think the fee increase is completely out of whack, and we could have gotten to a reasonable point. And by the way, these specific fees that were presented today were never vetted by a subcommittee at all. Came straight to council. Again, I think we could have benefited from that vetting, so I will be voting against this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman Gates. Other members of the council? Councilman Pastor, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, and it's about the vetting. I would like to know why it did not go through the committee in order for us to have this dialogue in the committee and then have it reached us to this point.
Mayor, Councilman Pastor, staff believe the feedback we'd received from enough members of the city council was that this was more almost of the committee of the whole, of a desire to hear the whole entire issue as the council, as opposed to the subcommittee. And in our dialogue with the subcommittee chair, that was a recommendation that we brought forward and asked about direction, and that's the way we went.
Okay, well, that dialogue was never discussed with me. And there are 8 or 9 of us, and we all have an opinion on how to do it. So to hear the majority, that dialogue was never discussed with me. So I'm just going to put that there. The second thing that I'm very disappointed with is that the fact that the fee structure, we do hear, and we sat here and we heard very great concerns about the fee structure and about this whole process. And so the way the motion is said is it's going as a package, what I understand. So I am requesting, or I'm asking, that this go back to DARS in the next 6 months to be evaluated, and within that, I don't know how it would go with the chairperson, that the whole thing be evaluated and the fee structure be evaluated. I think there's a disservice in when we rush and we go through these processes. I understand that we've been going back and forth, but to be quite frank, there's been pressure placed on us by the governor, and there were a number of threats, or if you don't do this, I'm going to do that. And so this comes into play, and we all like try to figure out what's the best thing we can do, and how do we get there, and how do we get to the compromise. So, and there's nothing against how the game played, how it played out politically. And so I'm just really disappointed that we're placed in this situation. And we are going to have to vote, and it'll end up land where it's going to land. So those are my 2 cents.
All right, thank you very much. As it relates to the subcommittee, I certainly would defer to the chair if he wants to hear it 6 months, sooner than that, whenever he wants to hear a review of these fees, see how they're going.
I know the motion is for an annual review.
At a minimum.
Right, at a minimum of an annual review. I absolutely will commit to having the review much sooner than that. I think within 6 months, certainly. You know, I think we have to do that. I think it is a pretty high fee hike that we're asking for. I think as it's going to be phased in, but it's something that we should be reviewing way before phase 2 of that phase-in process. So I will be asking to have this come back within the next few months.
Mayor? Just a moment. Any other comments by members of this council? Councilman DeCiccio, do you have a question?
Mayor, this is
Councilman
Councilman
Nowakowski, you're next. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mayor, you know, the same situation happened with the meters in downtown Phoenix, that staff came back, gave a report saying that all the stakeholders had meetings, met with everyone, and then it turned out that there was no meeting with ASU, there was no meetings with some of the restaurants and some of the bar owners, and then we passed it. And after we passed it, then we tried to fix it. I believe that we should do it the Team Phoenix approach, where we actually have time to sit down and work things out. I'm very disappointed that we have the industry, the hotel industry, saying that they wanted some more time, they wanted to work things out. I believe that if we sat down and we find that common ground, that we can actually come up with a solution. I believe that people are willing to pay something, but they're not willing to be forced a certain fee. So I believe that now, with using the meters as an example, we have 130 extra meters going in. People have taken a vested interest in it because they were a part of the process, and now they're asking for more than less. And I believe the same thing can happen with the situation at the airport. If we take some more time and we let everyone have their opinion and have a conversation, and we find that common ground. So at this time, just my gut feeling says I can't support this. I support Uber and Lyft at the airport, but the other portion of it, I can't support it. And I feel really bad that I'm split, and we have to be split. I really thought we could take this back to the subcommittee and have it ironed out there and bring it back to the council. I'm not sure what the rush is, but if we're going to be forced to vote, I would have to vote no on at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments by members of this council? Councilman DeCiccio, do you have additional comment? Please.
It's more of a clarifying, I'm fine either way on that. So is that to Councilman Valenzuela and Councilwoman Pastor, are you saying pass the fee now and then analyze it? Or are you saying analyze it, figure it out, and then pass something? I'm confused on that.
Well, we can vote on anything here tonight, but as was just mentioned, we often have subcommittee reviews, and we can change the public policy. This is not going in the city charter. This would be an ordinance that we vote on that we could certainly change at a later time. But the expectation would be that staff would analyze this on a consistent basis with input from all of the organizations here. And if there's ways we can make this policy improved 6 months from now, a year from now, or sometime in the future, the Phoenix way is always to keep an open heart and open mind if we can do things better. So if this voted here tonight, we begin the process of allowing Uber and Lyft at the airport as soon as possible. As mentioned earlier, they still have to go through a 60-day period before the ordinance is voted by the council, and then only becomes effective 30 days thereafter. So the clock begins ticking so that we can provide ride-sharing services at the airport as soon as possible. As it relates to the fee, I think the suggestion is get this in front of the subcommittee as soon as possible, and if we need to modify it, we'll certainly modify it, and that's what the expectation would be of the leadership of the subcommittee and the members of the subcommittee to make a recommendation to this council. We're not locking ourselves into anything permanent here.
Mayor?
Please go ahead.
So then it's pass it now, then understand it and make it work.
Well, you phrase it any way you want, but
Just
the
wanna be
idea would be
sure.
that if it passes here today, then the clock starts ticking so that we can provide ride-sharing services as soon as possible at the airport. As it results to the fee side of it, which a lot of people are bringing up here, is that can be analyzed on a regular basis, and if needed, be changed at a later time, as we often do with fee structures within the city system, including water rates, which we occasionally change around here. We don't take a vote and make it permanent. We can make the appropriate changes at that time. I mean, this obviously, my experience with this council is always going to keep an open heart and open mind. Councilman Waring.
Question for Jim or one of those guys. Are the rates the rates to park at the airport are not going up, either covered or the economy lots?
I'm not sure it's a fair question to be asked today. We have given authorization in the past a range of fees that can be charged, and staff has authorization to increase within that. But today, it would be completely inappropriate to talk about that today.
Well, I guess
frankly, for antitrust issues, we can't directly relate airport on-site fees to this public policy. So they're not today recommending increase in fees on Sky Harbor, but they have authorization to do so at their discretion that we have given to them.
I will retract my question and ask something else, if that's okay. There is a reason I was asking, how long, if you decided tomorrow you wanted to raise the airport fees, how long to park, how long does that take? How long is that process?
Mayor, to Councilman Waring, as I think the mayor has noted, under the current city ordinances, the Director of Aviation has the authority to increase parking rates at Sky Harbor. There's certain maximums in the ordinance that we can go up to those rates. But before we would undertake an increase in a rate, we would have to do a thorough analysis of the demand on our facilities to determine if the rate increase was warranted.
So
that would take a period of time to do a study.
Sounds like for a period of time, the rates charged at the airport are going to stay the same. And when does this go into effect?
Mayor, to Councilman Waring, the proposal in front of the council today would become effective at January 1st of 2017 for the incumbent operators. The new entrants that are not currently in the ground transportation business at Sky Harbor, whenever the ordinance took effect, if they wanted to come in and start service, then they would immediately start paying the fee at the time they started the service.
I mean, you guys are selling the same product within a mile or two of your competitors, however you want to slice it. There isn't a ton of difference price-wise. By definition, their costs are going to go up. Their charges are going to go up. They're going to pass it along to their consumers. And the airport isn't raising their fees. I guess I don't know what economist would say, I wonder if more people are just going to park at the airport. I don't know. I can see why they have an axe to grind. I'm not sure that there is an economist who would go, yeah, I think people will still go park off-site, even though the prices are now going to get closer. That's not the impact it's going to have. Sounds like you have no plan to raise the fees anytime soon, or you haven't even thought about it, sounds like. So, you know, I guess, again, if I were them, I would take some issue. But the good news is it's not your fault. If this council votes for this, it's the council's fault. Because while you guys are the big kid on the block in terms of spaces, you've got 20,000 or whatever, and they've collectively got 8,000, and you can kind of tell them about these fees and raise their prices. You can't do it without our help. So it is disappointing that we are doing that tonight. I guess not me, but some of us are. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any additional comments? I'll just add, on a personal level, having served in this council for many years, now serving as mayor, Sky Harbor, not perfect, but overall is considered in the industry one of the best-run airports. It was complimented by folks that do business at many airports, what an efficiently run airport Sky Harbor is. But I personally am excited that this was not an easy process to bring ride-sharing options to the customers of Sky Harbor Airport. It forced our team to really rethink the entire ground transportation system and the fee structure. It's not easy on anyone. On the issue of fees, if not delegated the way it's proposed tonight, it'll be reviewed by council, but it would have to result in passenger facility charge increases and or charging every resident that comes to Sky Harbor Airport, that some other airports have gone in that direction. I don't think that would be the right direction to go. I think that would not be the appropriate, as a cost to bring ride-sharing services to Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, that would not be the right direction to go. So I, for one, am excited that will be in a very short period of time, assuming that tonight's vote goes positively, we'll be able to provide this important service to the people of this community. And I'm also excited that if voted on by the City Council, we will have the strongest pro-ADA, pro-disability policies in the United States of America, so that every person that wants to utilize these ride-sharing services, regardless of disability status, will be treated fairly and with integrity, and I think it's just the right thing to do, and I believe that that is the Phoenix way. With that, roll call.
DeCiccio? No. Gallego?
Yes.
Gates?
No.
Nowakowski?
No.
Pastor?
Yes.
Waring? Williams? Yes. Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Stanton?
Yes, so by a 5-4 vote, the motion passes. I believe there is no further business before this City Council, so this meeting is adjourned.